Un quatrième mur inexistant. Donc, pour reprendre cet acte, cette partie sur The Stanley Parable 2 ou The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, je ne sais pas. Merde, et le micro tombe, et voilà. Une vidéo, un live, une aventure qui reprend de manière complètement catastrophique. Et ce micro qui ne veut pas rester debout. Qu'est-ce que c'est super bien. Merde. Est-ce que tu veux bien rester debout? Bon, je vais le remettre. Je vais le remettre comme ça, tant pis. Ça m'aurait bien plu qu'il reste un peu debout, mais. Merde. Je suis sûr qu'on peut y arriver. Je suis sûr que. Merde, il veut plus. Ah, il veut plus. Ah, c'est terrible. J'avais réussi à me donner. J'avais réussi à le faire tenir un tout petit peu debout en relevant les deux pieds du trépied, les deux pieds avant. Ok, apprêtez-vous à ce qu'il tombe d'un moment à l'autre. Ok. Eh bien écoutez, c'est parti. On continue l'aventure. Sans plus tarder.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he...
Donc le même générique, toujours. Heureux de vous revoir. C'est pareil, écoutez, c'est pareil. Je suis heureux aussi. Nous avons des ballons. Alors, on peut toujours faire des bruits de clavier en faisant action et en faisant la souris clic gauche. Pas le clic droit d'ailleurs. On peut ouvrir.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that.
Oh, je me suis planté, c'est pas ça que je voulais faire.
This couldn't go anywhere except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me.
Ah, je me suis planté. Je pensais que ça ferait quelque chose de nouveau, mais en fait, ça fait la même chose. Ok.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire avec ces ballons?
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Bon, allez. Alors, est-ce que les ordinateurs, il y a des choses à faire? Celui-là. Input received. Donc là aussi, j'ai jamais réussi à le faire. On verra. Ah, le seau.
Stanley picked up the bucket.
Ah, le seau, il doit y avoir un truc à faire avec. Happy 12th birthday Stepney. C'est quoi les 12 ans? Ça veut dire que c'est... Oui, c'est 12 ans depuis le jeu. C'est ça. Ça fait 12 ans que The Stanley Parable existe.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Non, j'arrive pas. Non.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure. Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right, then walking to the lounge, then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired.
Allez. Est-ce qu'il va pas me dire quelque chose là?
Perhaps this was where the bucket felt most truly at home. Here in the employee lounge. Perhaps it's the only place a bucket can even feel at home.
peux pas sauter d'ailleurs. Il y a quoi d'écrit là?
Stanley decided to just give the bucket absolutely as much time as it needed to be in the lounge. Clearly, the bucket and the employee lounge shared a special connection.
Ah, je peux pas revenir en arrière. Enfin, je peux même pas ouvrir là. Même pas actionner la poignée. Allez, c'est bon.
But finally, the bucket was done being in the lounge, and they took the first open door on their left to get back to business.
Allez.
And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Allez, on va descendre.
Oh, good Stanley, I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
Ouah.
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it. Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
Ah ouais.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue? Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers. Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
Attendez, je veux voir juste si... Est-ce qu'on peut revenir en arrière ou pas là? Eh, on pourrait, hein. Ah! Y'a rien à faire ici? Quel dommage. Quelle tristesse. On s'attend à tout sauf à cela. Ok. Allez. Pam pararam param pam pam pararam pam. Ah, je peux ouvrir ces portes là ou pas là? On va vite tout tester. Non. Ça? Non. Oh oh.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
Wow.
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True,
Enfin.
It also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much
Hello.
personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
Salut Mister Mini
Can you
Critique.
guess what the
Comment ça va?
Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
Bah écoute, ça va très bien. Ça va très bien.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the bucket destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
Mais je voulais lui donner le seau. Je passe son coup de vent et je laisse l'alerte que je dois sortir dans le monde extérieur terrible. Pas de soucis, Mister Minute. Merci de passer.
The Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now.
Wow.
Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
D'accord. Hello, Nono, Lynch. Comment ça va-t-il? Il y a quelques temps. Ah, du coup, on a trouvé une des fins. Ok, c'est une nouvelle fin, ça aussi. D'accord. Donc le seau est à l'origine de tout. Ah, le truc, c'est que le nouveau contenu, du coup, a influencé certaines anciennes fins de The Stanley Parable. Là. Ça fait des choses. Ça fait de nouvelles choses. Ça va bien, Nono Lynch. Lynch.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Sur la suite de The Stanley Parable, enfin la suite, plutôt le remake, suite, pas très bien.
No
c'est pas
matter
clair.
how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Ah, y a pas d'ordinateur là ouais. Donc je ne vous en veux pas, hein, les gens, s'il y a des gens qui ont envie de faire ce jeu, qui ne veulent pas rester pour ne pas se spoiler, il n'y a aucun problème. Voilà, c'est dit, c'est fait. Attends, si vous êtes là... Ah, encore un truc. Le seau, du coup, je vais pas le prendre avec moi, je vais le... Ah oui, du coup, ça influence l'histoire, c'est ça. Si du coup, je vais faire le même chemin que tout à l'heure, mais sans le seau. Je vais faire le même chemin que tout à l'heure, mais sans le seau.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow. Yes, this room. What a beautiful room. What a gorgeous... But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
D'accord.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door,
Non.
and got back on track. But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left. Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake.
Je me rappelle de ça. On va se diriger vers la fin confuse.
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Ah, voilà.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, hmm? Okay, from the top.
Est-ce que quelqu'un connaît ce jeu? Allez, il a enlevé les ballons. Ok. Donc là, en théorie, ça a influencé. Là, on est dans une suite de fin. Voilà.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Ouais, je pense que là,
Là,
on n'a pas terminé la boucle. Je regarde juste si les ordinateurs sont tous... Il y a des choses... Hello, Redskit. Alors, satisfait du jeu? Ah ouais, satisfait, en tout cas, troublé. Perturbé. Il y a des choses... Il y a des choses du premier jeu, il y a des choses nouvelles. Il y a un mélange d'un petit peu tout. Mais c'est du pur The Stanley Parable, du pur méta. On parle de ce que l'on attend que soit The Stanley Parable. Il va y avoir des portes partout, c'est ça, voilà.
When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
D'accord. Moi, je vais par là. Oh. C'est nouveau, ça. Putain, il y a tellement de... Putain, mais c'est quoi, ça? Je me rappelle pas de ça. C'est par là. Et là, il y a quoi? Tu veux pas mettre des sous-titres japonais pour bien comprendre? Non, ce serait trop clair, ce serait trop simple. J'ai besoin d'un peu de complications.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart
Non,
the game
redémarre pas.
Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Redémarre pas. Ah. Comment ça va sinon? Impec. Franchement.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Impeccable. Je suis guidé par ma curiosité et je ne sais pas où je vais. Enfin là, cette fin-là, je la connais un petit peu, donc je sais un petit peu où je vais, mais en fait, j'essaie de voir si elle a changé par rapport à The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. Comme il y a d'anciennes fins qu'ils ont améliorées, ils ont rajouté des choses. Certaines fins. Ah.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Enfin, c'est un jeu vraiment que je conseille de faire hein, à tout le monde. Et voire même de commencer...
I knew we'd miss something.
De tester la démo aussi.
Here it comes.
Tester la démo du premier The Stanley Parable. Ah.
No, wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Et là, si je reviens par là, est-ce que ça marche? Non. Ah.
Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct?
Ah, merci Isaac, ça fait
Do you remember,
longtemps.
Stanley?
Ça
Well,
fait
do you know
toujours
what?
longtemps quand tu viens.
Since I've completely forgotten what we were
C'est d'autant
supposed
plus
to be
surprenant,
doing,
d'autant plus
how
sympa.
about this? You win! Congratulations!
On a gagné, ça c'est
I
grâce
know
à
you
Isaac.
put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off. So, good job.
Bienvenue et merci
Oh,
pour le raid.
No, I
Comment
don't
ça
feel
va-t-il?
right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay? I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have
Ça
to
va, ça va,
restart.
ça va, ça va. Merci Isaac. Merci, à plus tard à toi aussi. Au plaisir.
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Ok, suivons la ligne. Attendez. Je vais juste voir. Hop. Hop. Hop, hop, hop. Ok. Oh. Je peux pas le... Je peux pas la faire avec lui? Je peux pas l'éteindre? Et si je vais là-bas quand même? Juste pour voir, est-ce que c'est fermé ou...
No, I'm down. We're leaving it up to the line from now on.
Oui, mais moi je voulais aller là, moi. Oh. Bon, d'accord, allez. Ah, parce que c'est ça. C'est ça le premier événement de la ligne. Pour qu'on comprenne ce qui s'est passé
You
tout à
see,
l'heure, c'était ça.
the line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay, now if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office in
bien
fact
sûr.
the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going.
Tellement dommage
with
qu'on
all
l'ait
that.
pas en français, enfin la
You know
voix
what?
vraiment.
I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Ah ouais, ça. Je sais plus où c'était là. C'est ça. Il y avait un truc qui me semble ici, là. Je sais plus, il y avait un truc qui changeait, il me semble. C'est peut-être pas là, non? Je sais plus. À l'époque, il y avait un effet là. Une espèce de portail. Et ils l'ont peut-être enlevé. Ah, ils l'ont pas enlevé, non. Enfin, c'est pas clair.
Cut the music, go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
Il y avait un autre truc ici avant là, mais c'est marrant, on dirait qu'ils l'ont enlevé du premier jeu. Dans le premier jeu, il y avait ça, et on voyait ça seulement en passant derrière deux colonnes. Et quand tu repassais derrière, tu le voyais plus. Ah, c'est con ça, tiens. C'est très bizarre, j'ai l'impression qu'ils ont enlevé un effet. Dommage. C'est pour ça que je voulais passer entre les colonnes plusieurs fois, mais...
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No,
Ah.
no. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
La ligne devient folle.
Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Alors, est-ce que les ordinateurs ont quelque chose? Là, celui-là, je peux encore l'éteindre. Il y a un succès pour ça aussi, je pense, d'éteindre tous les ordinateurs. Ah!
I say forget the adventure.
Ah oui, j'ai oublié ça.
What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Ouais.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
Ah merde. Ah oui, parce que c'est pas vraiment infini en fait. Il y a une espèce de jeu avec la longueur des couloirs. C'est pas clair. What? Ah oui, c'est ça. C'est pas vraiment un truc infini en fait. J'ai l'impression.
Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms.
Chaque fois, je me
Just
fais
don't
prendre.
acknowledge it. We should be fine.
Voilà.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere at the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
Je peux pas revenir en arrière finalement, on l'a dessiné. Je crois que ça peut attendre un peu. Non, j'ai pas envie d'aller là. Et là? Oh.
Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really... No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped?
Ah!
Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen?
Je crois que c'est la fin la plus rigolote celle-là.
So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination, so I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
Ah! Oh, le son horrible. Alors, ça, là, du coup, on a vraiment bouclé, en principe.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley
C'est la fin
decided to go to
troublante,
the
du coup.
meeting room.
GG.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Non, non, j'ai pas
No
fait
matter
100% du
how
jeu.
hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of
Mais
his
peut-être que par contre, ça lui
coworkers.
montrait 100% des fins, peut-être. Là, on est loin d'être... loin d'avoir fini le jeu, il y a plein de trucs. Ouais, du coup, donc on est revenu au début. Donc là, on peut choisir. Qu'est-ce que je fais, du coup? Est-ce que je prends le seau? Est-ce que je prends pas le seau? J'ai envie de prendre le seau. Alors j'ai envie de faire de refaire toutes les premières fins en fait. Toutes les premières fins du jeu à l'époque et de voir après ce que ça va faire. Donc ça on l'a fait, ok.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Non, je vais le contrarier à chaque fois.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and
M'en fous.
Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first
Il y a
open
encore plein
door
de trucs qu'on
on
n'a
his
pas fait.
left.
Enfin, je les avais fait à l'époque, mais donc là on pourrait aller tout droit à la salle de réunion, machin. Ou alors là on pourrait aller tout droit aussi. On va aller tout droit, tiens.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Là j'ai
Look,
fait la
Stanley,
fin
I
aussi où
think
on passe
perhaps
là.
we've gotten off
On va
on
le
the
faire.
wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing in your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story
Ah,
has
il y a des
been
trucs
about
là-bas.
nothing but you
Ah, j'avais pas vu.
all this time.
Oh, il y a un nombre de
There's
trucs qu'on peut
someone
faire.
you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
Voilà. Là, on pourrait se buter aussi, je crois. Là, si je saute ici, je meurs. Est-ce qu'on a envie de faire ça? Je ne crois pas.
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Ah, je pourrais... Ah, trop tard.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this.
Mais là, je sais ce que j'ai
To
envie de
reach
faire.
out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
Je sais très bien ce que j'ai envie de faire.
As Stanley picked up the phone, a white light engulfed him, filling him not just with radiance, but with hope. Hope for a life reunited one... Wait. Oh, goodness. Stanley, did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person. I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack."
Practice.
Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
D'accord.
Ah, welcome back.
Ah.
You may have noticed that this
Oula.
room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
Ah, donc là, en fait, on est en train de casser le jeu. Voilà, c'est ça, je me rappelle. C'est la fin folle. Voilà. Voilà, il sait en fait. Il sait en fait que j'ai envie de sauter. Donc il va essayer de tout prévoir. Est-ce que je peux pas sauter par là? Non. On peut pas sauter dans le jeu d'ailleurs. On peut tomber.
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality. Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world.
Oui, j'y crois à mort. J'en suis sûr.
Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly
oui.
as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Non, j'ai pas envie.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late. Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that you... My story. You've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone? Left here like so much garbage. It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to. I'm still here in this pile of rubbish, with you, who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child.
Oui.
Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make... behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Bon, d'accord, allez, j'y vais. Oh. Je vais faire encore un caca nerveux sinon. Voilà, tu vois. Et ben voilà.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Ah merde, mais attends, j'aurais dû tourner à... Ah merde. Parce que je pensais qu'il allait encore péter un câble. Ah merde, j'aurais...
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Je crois que là il y avait une fin où je pouvais encore tourner à droite pour le contrarier. Ah merde. Trop tard. Bon. Ah, dommage. Je peux pas ouvrir... Je peux pas réouvrir ici. Qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire là? Tant pis, ouais. C'est ça aussi ce jeu. Hein. Ce jeu, c'est en fait, t'es guidé par la curiosité de faire tout et n'importe quoi. T'as l'impression d'avoir le pouvoir. T'as strictement aucun pouvoir en fait.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Night Shark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
Ah oui, c'est dégueulasse. Parce que je peux pas en fait. Ah. Ah, je peux pas parler. Bah oui.
Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115. He spoke it into the receiver. right there on the wall.
Requin nocturne 1, 1, 5. Requin nocturne
I'm
1,
sorry,
1,
is there a
5.
problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step.
Requin nocturne 1, 1,
Okay,
5.
fine. You're not going to do it. But you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You... When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice. I need you to walk through the door.
Je sais plus ce que c'est cette fin là.
Are you listening to me? Can you hear me?
Ah.
Is everything all right? Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything. This is more important than you can ever know. I need this. The story
Ah, c'est génial, ce jeu. Ouais.
So,
Cette fin là, elle est ancienne. Hein. C'est en 2013, il y avait déjà cette fin là. Mais
are you there?
on va essayer de faire des variantes après. On va essayer de faire des variantes. Avec le seau et tout.
Okay.
Ouais.
It's okay, I can wait. You need time.
C'est rien en fait. Hein. Putain, c'est juste un texte enregistré et un texte qui change en fonction de tes décisions. Mais...
That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much
Mais ça n'avait jamais été fait avant. Ok. Alors cette fois-ci, on va aller au même endroit, mais on va prendre le seau.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Est-ce que ça marche si on fait ça d'ailleurs?
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would
Parce
say
que j'ai pas la
that's
patience
the
de
kind
cliquer autant de
effort
fois.
that warrants recognition. I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
Attends, on va faire puissance du clic.
No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
La 447? Ah. Imagine un tueur avec tête de cochon, une machette qui te poursuit et tu dois cliquer pour t'en sortir. Attends, la 447. Il a dit de cliquer sur la 447, non? Putain, je sais pas où elle est la 447 par contre. Merde. Ou c'était la 437 peut-être plutôt. Ah merde. Ah merde. 420. « 447. Ah, puis il y a le seau là.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
J'ai du mal à suivre les ordres. Qu'on va faire la même fin que tout à l'heure, mais avec le seau. On va voir ce que ça fait.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
Ah voilà,
But Stanley
446,
had felt the
446.
bucket calling to him,
447.
telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Ah, ça marche pas. C'est pas celle-là? Je suis sûr que c'est celle-là. Ah, peut-être que le seau, ça annule le truc. Ah merde, ça marche pas. Bon. On va pas... Peut-être le seau qui casse tout.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to
Nah.
go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift,
Ah.
yes. Go there. Go
C'est vrai
to
qu'il y a
the
ça.
cargo lift.
Oh, je sais pas ce que j'ai envie de faire. En fait, il y a trop de possibilités là. Parce qu'il y a les autres possibilités, les fins normales du premier jeu. Mais du coup, avec le seau, je sais pas ce que ça fait. Je pourrais aller là-bas. Je pourrais aller là. Je pourrais aller débrancher le téléphone. Je pourrais aller répondre au téléphone. Je pourrais sauter dans le vide pour voir si je meurs. Ah. Ah. Qu'est-ce que c'est? Qu'est-ce que je fous là? Ouais, c'est les cassettes de Gardien de la Galaxie. Dialogue narrateur. C'est tellement méta. J'adore. Trop bien.
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest
On dirait l'anneau de
when
Sien
I
des
set
Anneaux,
it
quoi.
down
Mon précieux.
doesn't make sense.
Précieux.
There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
C'est trop bien. Oh, c'est dommage. Putain, je pensais vraiment que ça serait autre chose. Bon, c'est tout.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Il y a juste le truc de tout à l'heure là. Attendez, je vais quand même essayer de... Ah ouais, mais non, il faut que je le fasse. Non, on fera ça une autre fois. On fera ça une autre fois. On prend le seau.
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest, and this was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Là, on a fait le conduit, mais on pourrait aller là-bas. Ah, on aurait peut-être dû aller là-bas d'ailleurs avant de faire le conduit. Bon, bref. On va aller répondre au téléphone. Ça coûtera même personne.
said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this
j'ai envie de
obvious
faire ça.
fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Hein? Il a rien dit. Il a rien dit, tiens, c'est curieux. D'habitude, il pète un câble quand je fais ça.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of
C'est
what
tellement vrai, en
is
plus.
and isn't a bucket.
Tellement vrai.
Please, step in here for a moment.
Je suis un seau. Je suis un seau.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
Ça c'est une allumette, on est d'accord.
Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Attendez, mais...
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
Ah, je peux pas descendre pour vérifier si c'est vraiment un... Non.
Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 3. Is this a bucket?
Ah bah oui. Ah bah ça c'est sûr là. Ça à mon avis... En même temps... Je suis pas sûr, hein.
Correct. This is a bucket.
J'aurais dû dire non.
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Oui.
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought
bon?
this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one.
Mais quoi?
Is this a bucket?
Bah oui.
Correct. This is a bucket.
Quoi? Mais qu'est-ce qui se passe? Ah.
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
Bah non, évidemment que non.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha. Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
Oui.
Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
Bah évidemment que non. En même temps... Oui.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley,
Oui.
I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go.
Oh non, mon seau.
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue. But it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what. I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person. All right, here we go.
Ah, c'est génial. Magique. Ah, 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 ah. C'est pas le vrai recommencement, là. Hein. Mais dis donc, mais dis donc. Putain. Comment avancer si je n'ai pas un seau? Si je n'ai pas de seau, comment je fais si j'ai pas de seau, hein?
Warmth spread through Stanley's
Ah, ça va mieux.
With the bucket in his arms again, he was home. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Allez, on va changer un peu. Il faudrait quand même que j'aille à l'endroit où il y a le téléphone, il y a encore plein de trucs à faire, mais je vais aller à gauche. Ouais. Je retournerai à droite tout à l'heure. Là, j'ai envie de le faire une fois à gauche.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Rien à faire ici d'ailleurs ou pas? Non, il n'y a rien à faire. Hein. Ah oui.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments.
Ça marche, Red.
Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
Ah, là il me dit plus rien.
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There.
Petit
Now
stade.
it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of clean. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Ouais.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Ça ne sert à rien. Mais je le fais quand même.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then, something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me, the bucket.
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley. Find me.
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
Ah là 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 là. Ok.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Alors, les ordinateurs à éteindre. Ouais. Hop. Ok. Je prends le seau.
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around.
Allez. On va recommencer, on va aller à l'endroit où il y a le téléphone. Je vais peut-être me jeter de là.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Nah, j'ai pas envie.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Ok. Donc là, on pourrait aller dans le conduit. Mais bon, pas ouf.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
Ok. À quoi je m'attendais en même temps?
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
Figure finders committed in the meeting room. Ah. Tiens. Combien peut-il y avoir de... Hein? Je suis sûr d'avoir vu quelqu'un passer là. Ouf. Je suis sûr d'avoir vu quelque chose bouger là. Non? Ok.
The good old bucket.
Ce bon vieux seau.
Stanley and the bucket, off on another thrilling adventure together. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was.
Je suis con, d'ailleurs, j'aurais dû y aller.
Turned out to be correct. Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. the bucket was wrong.
Ah, j'aurais dû aller dans la salle de réunion peut-être
Stanley
même.
took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
En même temps, ouais, si on va y aller.
And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Et là, il fait quoi si je vais par là? Non, y a rien. Ok. Meeting rooms, alors. Ah. Ah, les complétionnistes. How we can find them. Et là-bas, y a quoi? Ah, c'est un inside sequel exhibit. Somewhere where both red and blue. Nearby fireplace, a private. But many place for an important person. Ok. Là, j'étais déjà descendu.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Ah. Executive bathroom. Ah. Ah.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
I've got a feeling Mom's for stealing, but not yours, of course. Ok. Je peux pas rester dans les toilettes ad vitam aeternam. Ok. Si je reviens en arrière. Non, non. Y a rien à faire en dessous, de toute façon. Ah. Ah ah. Ah. Quoi ça? Je vais monter. Trop bien. Ah merde. Ok, ça sert à rien. Et si je descends? Le narrateur est en train de chanter ou quoi là? D'accord, donc en fait on peut pas... Ok. On peut rien faire avec l'ascenseur. Dommage.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845.
2845. 2845. Bah on fait semblant de pas le savoir alors. 2845.
Stanley just sat around
845.
twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
Ah bah je sais pas, alors je sais pas. Hein.
2845.
Ah oui mais bon, je suis pas censé le savoir alors fou hein.
But it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself.
Oh.
And Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
Je tapais n'importe quoi. Et là si je le fais maintenant, 2845, ah merde, je vois plus le truc. Ah ça sert à rien. Je sais pas si le fait d'avoir attendu change la fin, je suis pas sûr. Je crois que de toute façon il aurait ouvert. Ah.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can. The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Ah mais finalement non, j'ai pas envie.
Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up?
Ah yes,
when I
on
was
peut.
pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the
trop bien,
number
on
3
peut.
again. The bucket said nothing.
Ah le rêve quoi, on a le droit de changer d'avis en fait. Moi je suis indécis. Hein. Quelqu'un de profondément indécis alors... Et là je peux encore revenir? Ah non là c'est fini.
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over and over. Wow, he said. The number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly. After taking some time to show the bucket around the boss's office, Stanley at last went to the keypad, where he began eagerly pressing the number 3 again and again.
Ça sert à rien. Bah, c'est une blague ou quoi? C'était comment déjà tout à l'heure? C'était 8, 8, 1, 9, 5? 8, 4, 9, 5? Ah, je sais plus ce que c'était. 8, 4, 5, 3. Ah, je sais plus. Ah! Hello, Aviar! C'était 2, 8, 4, 5? Je sais plus. Non, je sais plus. Merde, il veut que je martèle le 3. Comment ça va bien, Avia? Ah, je l'ai fait. Là, je l'ai fait bugger, je crois. J'ai cassé le narrateur. Il veut que je martèle le 3. Moi, j'ai martelé. J'ai martelé le 3. Ça va, j'ai abandonné Stanley. Ah bon? Tu l'as pris du coup? Ah, là du coup on peut redescendre. Mais ça a servi à rien?
Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly.
Ah, en fait c'est un troll ce truc, c'est juste un troll. Ça sert à rien.
A hint of regret nagged in the back of Stanley's mind. Should he demonstrate the number 3
Ouais.
for the bucket again?
Ouais. Ouais.
No, said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the
Oui.
number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing.
Ce troll quoi. On dirait un troll qui répond à un autre troll. J'ai l'impression d'être le troll qui nourrit le troll. J'aime être nourri.
Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears, and the whole time he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all, only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator.
Oh mais quelle tristesse, je m'attendais vraiment à quelque chose. Je me sens accablé. Bon. C'est triste. Je peux pas monter? Non.
Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator.
Je sais pas quoi faire
He
ou
knew
pas
that
faire.
there
Ah,
must
je
be a
vois.
way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be?
Ça marche à bien, pas de soucis. Merci pour les petites visites surprises. Je peux encore monter là. Putain. Est-ce qu'il faut que je monte? Ça fait chier quoi. C'est chiant, j'ai envie de monter. Ça se trouve, il y a un truc à faire avec le 3. Je suis complètement obsédé. On dirait Jim Carrey dans le chiffre 23. Allez, désolé. Hein. Pourquoi est-ce qu'il me permet de remonter?
Said Stanley. I know what to do.
Ah.
I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart. He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference
Ah, t'es
where
fatigué,
he would
Avia?
speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over and over. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's. and it would be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's
Waouh, trop bien. Il y a vraiment un truc.
For months, he advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around it, developing and rehearsing it, until it couldn't be refined a single measure further. When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life.
C'est trop bien. Storyteller, Stanley reveal all in new body. A book. C'est incroyable. Aha.
This was it. One last chance to win the bucket over. One opportunity to share a true
427.
connection with a loved one.
427, c'est pas le nom de la porte au tout début du jeu ou la fameuse porte où t'as un succès justement si tu cliques un certain nombre de fois? Je crois que si. Congratulations Stanley, remember where you came from. Your coworker. Three again, the Stanley story. Wish you were here. Mind control 427. Ah, il y a un truc avec le 427. 8. I played the demo. 427. Mhm.
There was no one here. Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak, to listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was unloved, uninteresting, he was a failure, and in that moment Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously. There would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant. They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference. There would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the space between friends. And Stanley, having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
J'avoue, j'étais en train d'appuyer comme un fou furieux sur le clavier, sur la touche 3. Juste pour voir. Ok. 427. Ah oui, 427, parce que c'est ça. Le bureau 427. Ah.
Good morning. Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work. Can you verify that this is correct? Excellent. Your order will arrive shortly. Thank you again for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation.
Ouf. Sérieusement. Ok. Ok. Alors, il y a des trucs à éteindre là, non? Les ordinateurs, non, 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 non. Ah oui, ok. Allez, je reprends le seau.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked.
Parti.
Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be
Si je reviens au début,
perfectly
y a rien,
fine
non?
with him.
J'ai un doute. Est-ce qu'il y a un truc au début? Hey, The Twitchers! Comment ça va aujourd'hui? Bienvenue à toi. Bonjour. Bonjour. Et si je m'enferme avec le seau?
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go anywhere except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt
Ah
me.
merde, je pensais que ça
Nothing
changerait avec
will
le seau.
break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed.
Oh non,
Then
dommage.
days.
Ah, ils ont pas
Had
prévu ça.
years
j'ai
gone
l'impression.
by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would
Alors,
come.
ravi? Ouais.
Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a
Ouais, bah
little-
non, alors Attendez, on va recommencer. Ouais. Je pensais que ça ferait quelque chose, mais de toute évidence, non.
Stanley had never seen the office
Ah.
this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
Ah bah... Oh... Oh bah... Ah, je peux plus aller là, maintenant. Comment se fait, ça? Et si on faisait le truc de tout à l'heure? Ah, il veut plus? C'est celui-là, peut-être? Ah, on peut plus le faire? Oh là là! Non, ça marche plus. Ah, il y a des cartons partout. Je prends le seau ou pas? Ouais, je prends le seau.
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction.
Est-ce que c'est pas le fait d'avoir... Ah, tu m'as donné envie de relancer. C'est vrai? Je sais pas si c'est le fait d'être enfermé tout à l'heure ou pas. Ou de m'être enfermé avec le seau, mais j'ai... Ah là 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 là.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Ce qui est terrible, c'est dans le fait de liver un jeu comme ça, c'est que du coup, ça vous spoil totalement. Partez, si vous voulez pas être spoilé, hein, parce que moi je vais tout faire. Hein. Je vais tout faire. Allez, on est reparti. Je vais traverser le.
This was not the correct way to the meeting.
Je vais aller débrancher le
But
téléphone.
Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go
Nah.
back to the meeting room.
Moi je suis pas fou, je regarde uniquement.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift.
Ça, on l'a déjà
yes.
fait ici.
Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Ok. Il n'y a rien d'autre qu'on puisse faire. Vérifie quand même, mais. Là, je pourrais me suicider, mais je l'ai déjà fait. Je vais
Good,
déjà aller là.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious
Plaisir de te
fact.
voir galérer.
He
Oh, mais
was
je ne
firmly
galère pas.
convinced that the bucket
Galérer.
had spoken to him, and
Ou alors
he
c'est peut-être,
unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Peut-être que je galère à trouver ce que je veux vraiment trouver. Je galère à savoir ce que je veux. Ça, oui, je galère.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Ça viendra. Ah, vraiment. Ah oui, la zone avec le téléphone. Alors, qu'est-ce qu'on fait?
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone and it will take us back home where we can go about life together.
Ah, c'est compliqué. Comment voulez-vous que je décroche le téléphone? Je peux pas. Oh fuck.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket. Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here.
Oh, la fameuse vidéo. Oh non, pas encore.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then
Oh mon Dieu.
spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor.
Mon
Speak
Dieu.
the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now.
Allez, on rigole. I'm Donny with
Good.
the funny.
This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threatened our very existence and who very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Qu'est-ce que c'est que ce délire? On dirait Fallout
Hey,
presque.
goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
Je peux pas rebrancher? À la limite, moi je veux rebrancher le téléphone là, non? Oui, sur une trame propagandesque, exactement. Ce jeu. Ah, c'est des traits de Fallout, hein. Ouais, c'est clair. Oui, bon, bah d'accord, écoute.
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
Alors, je vérifie les portes quand même, on sait jamais. Alors,
Here
voilà.
we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
L'indécision. Qu'est-ce qu'il me reste à faire à droite? Je crois qu'à droite j'ai tout fait en fait. Hein. Ou alors c'est vrai que non, on a toujours pas fait le téléphone avec le seau. Est-ce qu'on va faire le téléphone? Allez, on va faire le téléphone. Oh!
What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There was supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point. A dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit
Ah, mais il est
which
déjà débranché.
culminates in this scene with the phone.
Ah,
Now
merde.
the timing's completely off. The joke will never land.
Ah, je peux
Well,
plus rien
not the way
faire.
it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the 2 doors room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video.
Bonjour,
again.
comme à Watt. Bonjour à toi.
Surely that will
Bienvenue.
improve my...
Bienvenue.
Here we go. You ready? When
Merci pour le
Stanley
follow.
and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Alors, comment dire? Je suis du genre persévérant, vous savez, je suis du genre un petit peu buté, obtus, un petit peu débile profond sur les bords. Hein. Moi, je comprends vite, mais il faut m'expliquer longtemps. Alors, je continuerai d'aller à droite.
What? We're back at the phone already? No.
Ah, il veut pas, hein?
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Ouais, j'ai l'impression qu'il veut pas. Hein. Est-ce que j'ai essayé une dernière fois? Ah, j'ai essayé une dernière, juste pour savoir. Ouais, il veut pas.
What?
Ok, il veut pas.
We're back at the phone already? No.
Ok.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right,
Huh?
leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this
Quoi?
is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke
What?
writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our
Je me
meetings
fais troller
from
par
now
le jeu,
on.
là, je comprends
All
plus.
because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket
Donc là, c'est la
you are.
version,
No?
la version absurde avec le seau.
Delivery. Pale with shame. Pale with shame. Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal. I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see. Let's see.
Ok. Oh, tiens. Oh. Oh. Waouh. Ah oui, je me rappelle de ça. Ah merde, par contre, ce qui fait chier, c'est que j'aurais dû le faire avec... Mon Dieu. Il faut appuyer sur tout le bouton, mais ça, j'aurais jamais la foi de le faire. Hein. Il y a vraiment des gens... Je pense qu'il y a des gens qui le font, ça. Hein. En plus, on peut pas faire ce duo, non? Je suis même pas sûr qu'on puisse les éteindre, ce duo. Ah si! Oh. Ah, et puis il s'allume! Ah, tant pis. Est-ce que si je fais une ligne... Alors les épileptiques, partez, hein, parce que vous allez avoir envie de vomir peut-être au bout d'un moment avec des couleurs comme ça là. Ah non, il veut pas en plus. Ah mince. Non, ça veut pas. Bon. Allez, on recommence. Ça sert à rien. Je sais pas s'il y a un truc vraiment à faire, mais... Ah, ah du coup, il nous remet là. Mais est-ce que je peux prendre le seau? Ah merde. Je me demande si y a encore des choses qu'on pourrait faire sans le seau. Là, si on va à droite encore. On va retourner à droite.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly
On va
well.
faire la version sans le seau
Perhaps
et
he
on va,
wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
on va décrocher le téléphone cette fois-ci.
It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Ah mais remarque, attendez. Là, je peux descendre sans le seau? Là, j'ai pas le seau sur moi. Est-ce que ça change quelque chose?
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun.
You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
Ok. Donc on pourrait faire, du coup on a fait cette fin là encore. Ça fait encore une fin nouvelle ça, j'ai l'impression. Il y a quoi comme fin sinon? Il y a le téléphone qu'on pourrait décrocher. Donc là, on peut le décrocher avec le seau ou sans le seau. On va le décrocher... Allez, on va le décrocher avec le seau.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and this was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
À droite, on va commencer à les... On va commencer à avoir fait toutes les fins, je pense. Hein. Il manque plus que le téléphone, et après on pourra aller à gauche.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go. Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Un ballon là-haut.
In here, said the bucket. Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Allez, on va décrocher cette fois-ci.
Now pick up the phone, said the bucket. Pick up the phone, and it will take us
fait quoi
back
si je fais rien?
home, where we can go about life together.
Est-ce que je peux rien faire? Non, je peux rien faire. Je peux pas ne rien faire, je veux dire. Bon, allez.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Oh, mon seau. Je sais pas si je reprends mon seau, j'ai un doute. Je crois que je peux rien faire si j'ai pas le seau, c'est ça? Ok. Mon seau. Bonjour Stanley, c'est moi ton seau. Appuie sur J pour m'emmener au travail avec toi.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Ah, mon seau. Je peux pas fermer la porte? Ah non. Appuie sur O pour me ramener à la maison avec toi.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Appuie sur U pour retourner au travail.
Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Ouais. N'écoute pas la grande bouche. Appuie sur J pour qu'on rentre à la maison.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from, me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket, this stupid hunk of metal.
Bah oui, mais lui au moins il me comprend alors. Puis bon, y a rien à faire d'autre. Hein. Ah, mon seau. Appuie sur J pour ignorer tout le monde dans ta vie sauf moi.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
Mon seau. Tu sais que j'existe, pas vrai? Que j'existe, pas vrai, Stanley? Appuie sur H pour rentrer à la maison. Et est-ce que là, je peux pas changer d'avis? Genre, non, finalement, non, j'ai pas envie. Je me barre de là. Je me barre de là, Jordan.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Mon seau. Oh, ma télé qui brille. Appuie sur V pour revivre cette journée avec moi encore et encore et encore et encore.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
Appuie sur Q pour rentrer à la maison, retourner au travail, à la maison, au travail. Ah merde. Ah oui.
Oh no. I'm having feelings for the bucket. No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
Ah c'est encore une autre fin folle.
Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it or I'll...
Retourne au travail, Stanley. Ok.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
On n'a pas le truc du coup ici, hein. En principe ici
No
on
matter
devrait
how
avoir
hard
le...
Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his
Il
co-workers.
devrait y avoir une boîte en carton ou un truc qui nous permet de sortir là, mais je sais plus comment on fait.
Oh, please. Are you
Je vais
really
essayer de le
just
faire.
doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
Allez, 20 fois, et après il faut qu'on trouve l'autre porte.
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly.
Okay.
50 clicks.
T'es sûr de toi? Ok. Je l'ai déjà fait de toute façon.
No, I'm still not feeling that. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
20 fois sur la 417. Alors, elle est où la 417? Je pourrais prendre mon seau d'ailleurs.
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
437. Merde, c'était où la 437? Voilà.
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
415. J'ai envie de prendre le seau, mais je suis sûr que ça servira à rien. 415.
Now, back to door number 437.
S'il m'ouvre un passage, je reprends le seau.
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine? All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere. Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk.
L'employé 419. Ah ouais.
Yes, this is great. You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that.
Oh, c'est
all
trop
right,
bien.
let's keep it up. Go
C'est
give me
fou.
a few clicks on door 416.
416. C'est fou. Elle est où la 416? Je sais plus. La 416. Elle est là.
We've almost got it. Now the copy machine, do that one again.
D'accord. Faudrait que je le fasse avec la photocopieuse, avec le seau, je suis sûr. J'ai peur que ça annule tout avec le seau.
Finish it off, Stanley. 5 clicks on door 430.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yes! We did it! Oh, wow. That felt amazing. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today. Just think, only a few minutes ago, you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks. Really now, what were you thinking?
Tout ça pour ça. Oh là 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 là. Est-ce que je reprends le saut ou est-ce que non, on va finir avec la porte de droite. De toute façon, la porte de droite, on a quasiment plus rien à faire. Il ne reste plus que le
When
téléphone.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
Il ne reste plus que le
Perhaps he
téléphone
wanted to
sans le
stop
saut.
by the
Il me semble
employee
qu'après, il n'y a
lounge
plus grand
first,
chose.
just to admire it. It was okay.
Je crois.
But
crois qu'on est
eager
pas
to
rien.
get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Parce que dans toutes les autres fins à droite, à mon avis, on a tout fait. Avec saut ou
Stanley
sans
was so
saut.
bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Il y a le truc
Look,
de la
Stanley,
porte
I
là-bas,
think
le
perhaps
porte
we've
bleu,
gotten
porte
off on
rouge,
the
mais...
wrong foot here. I'm not
Ah
sure
non, il y a une
you
deuxième
really
qu'on aurait
are
pu faire.
not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been
Ah, il y a
neglecting,
celle-là sans le saut.
Stanley.
Celle-là sans le saut, on l'a pas
Someone
fait, je
you've
crois.
forgotten about.
Ah, celle-là sans le
Please,
saut en...
stop trying to make every decision
lui
by
obéissant.
yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me. I'm asking for... This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Allez, je
That's her,
décroche.
Stanley. You need to be the one to do this.
Est-ce que
To
là...
reach out to her.
que là,
If
je
you
peux
can
attendre?
truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
Est-ce que là, je peux attendre? Non. Il n'y a que ça, hein. Allez, je décroche. Ah.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
Ça, c'est dégueulasse. Hein. Mais j'ai pas envie. M'en fous.
Sorry,
Non.
but you're in my story now.
Oh, l'enfoiré.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
Bonjour, employé 427. Appuyez sur G pour votre clavier. Sur votre clavier.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
Veuillez appuyer sur P.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
Oui, appuyez sur I.
But in his mind, in his mind he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
À mon avis, il y a des fins que je pourrais pas vous montrer du coup, parce qu'il y a un truc au début. Il y a un truc qui se passe au début du jeu quand on achète ce nouveau qui débloque le contenu. Je pense pas que je pourrais vous le remontrer quoi. Ça n'arrive qu'une fois. Et là c'est arrivé donc. Ouais. Appuyez sur M pour regarder la télévision. M? Oui, je suis en QWERTY alors peut-être que ça.
And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
Oui, appuyez sur P pour passer du temps entre potes.
So he went further. He imagined that he came to two open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold. As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls.
Ah, c'est dégueulasse.
Down another was a yellow line that weaved in many
J'ai l'impression que ça devient
directions.
dégueulasse au
And
fur et à
down
mesure.
another
Là.
was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable.
Appuyez sur B pour lire une histoire aux enfants.
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time. But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
Ah ouais, mais je peux pas. J'ai pas le choix. C'est dommage aussi qu'il n'y ait pas ce cas-là, genre d'un coup tu casses le truc et tu peux quand même obéir au narrateur. Je peux plus obéir au narrateur. Je peux pas.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself? I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules.
Mais donnez-moi un
I
seau,
simply
quoi.
play to my
Donnez-moi un seau.
intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again.
Veuillez
Stanley
mourir.
pushed a button. And I tried again. And Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
Ok. Donc ça on l'a fait.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he
Allez,
couldn't
est-ce que
find
je
a
peux?
trace of his co-workers.
Ah, je peux pas. Je suis sûr que je peux là, mais il doit y avoir un moyen, mais... Voilà, comme ça. Comme ça. Yes! Regardez ça!
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this
Salut, Red
narration
Skit.
and realized it was part of
À
the
plus.
game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Non.
Ah, then in that case we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the
Merci,
better
Red.
one?
C'est
Imagine
gentil.
if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now, I've built up the other option so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
Mais pourquoi Oh. Bon, allez. Ah. Ah merde. Ah merde, je peux pas. Non, je me suis trompé. Je me suis trompé. Mais je voulais dire oui, j'en ai marre de cette blague. Je peux vraiment rien faire? Non, je peux rien faire. Ok.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Je vais juste tester un truc. Est-ce que si je fais oui...
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to...
Besoin d'aide archiboulette au début avec la Facility Mind Control où il y a un chrono et c'est possible de le désactiver, oui ou non? Il me semble. Je crois que oui, mais je sais plus comment. Il y a des chiffres à aller chercher. Je sais plus. Ben, je vais le faire, de toute façon, je vais faire toutes les fins.
Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of...
Mais il y a aussi une chance que ce soit un immense troll. Hein. D'ailleurs, c'est sûr, c'est sans doute le cas. Mais généralement, il y a quand même des possibilités de faire plusieurs choix. Donc, ben, je vais essayer de le faire.
this gag yet?
Oui.
Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want. Like right now. You could have done it just
Alors, je l'ai fait à l'époque à Avia, mais je me rappelle plus. Mais je l'ai fait, ouais. Sur le jeu de base, j'avais fait quasiment toutes les fins. Mais je me rappelle plus.
then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain.
Enfoiré.
There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function. Which is why he is in this parable, and lives an existence quite terrible. And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. Yes. You too will become quite unbearable.
Ah, quel enfoiré. Ok. Allez, on va aller au Facility Mind Control, je crois, maintenant. Allez.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Et on va y aller sans le seau, pour redécouvrir un peu ce qu'était le jeu avant. Et après, on y retournera avec le seau. Moi.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
C'est-à-dire, je ne sais plus d'ailleurs parce que...
Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Il y a ce truc là, on l'a fait je crois. Puisque ça fait ici. Je sais plus. Parce que là j'ai l'impression qu'il reste plus beaucoup de fins, mais en même temps dans les nouvelles fins, il y avait, comme il y a à chaque fois des choix alternatifs dans d'autres choix alternatifs, je pense qu'il doit y avoir plein de choses que j'ai oubliées, mais bon. Il y a la salle de bain. Je sais plus comment c'est. Ah puis il y a l'endroit aussi où on se supprime. Il y a un endroit où tu te butes. Il y a plein de trucs. Là il y a l'ascenseur mais ça sert à rien. Je sais plus. Ça on l'a déjà fait ça en plus avec le chiffre là. Je sais plus comment on fait d'ailleurs. J'avais le seau ou pas tout à l'heure? Je sais plus.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was
Allez,
being held
file-moi
from him?
le code.
What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had
c'était
been
quoi déjà le
keeping
code?
from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't, yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input.
J'aurais bien aimé le faire avant qu'il me le donne
by
aussi,
sheer
mais je sais
luck.
pas si
Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened
ça aurait changé
passageway.
quelque chose. Je crois que si ça aurait changé quelque chose mais... Là, on peut encore remonter, mais je crois pas que ça serve à grand chose. Hein. On va pas le faire. Voilà.
Stanley walked straight
Voilà,
ahead
c'est
through
ça.
the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Et il y a l'escape, du coup. On peut sortir, mais en fait, c'est un suicide, ça, hein, je crois. C'est la mort. On va faire plutôt Mind Control Facility. Et à un moment donné, il y a une histoire de vitesse, je crois. Il faut faire les codes dans le bon temps.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Et parce que là, du coup, on a grimpé ici. Parce que...
Aha! You've made it to the bottom of the mind control
Oh
facility.
putain, je savais pas que c'était
Welcome.
possible de faire
You see,
ça.
back when the Stanley Parable first launched in 2013, getting to the bottom of the mind control facility was a bug that we simply didn't catch during development. And you all sent us lots of photos of it on Twitter and acted very superior about it. And you're all very, very clever. Good for you. Anyway, when it came time to update the game, we knew that we had to do something about this little goof of ours. So here you go. New content. You can call it the bottom of the mind control room ending, if that enhances your perception of the value of these updates. Isn't that what you crave? New content? Always more content, more, more. And I'm here to give it to you. I'm here to make it seem like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game, with secrets and Easter eggs. How about this? We wrote a new piece of music just for this section. You won't hear it anywhere else in the game. It's a secret that's just for you. That's how special you are. We call this track, Good Job You've Made It to the Bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Well done.
Good job, you did it.
Putain, je vais me faire striker, tant
Good
pis.
job. 3, 2,
Tant
1.
pis.
Good job, you made it to the bottom of the mind control facility.
Limite, faudrait que je baisse la musique ou je sais pas quoi. Ça fait chier. Ouais, tant pis, vous savez quoi.
Jumped on the catwalk. You should have been careful. You should have been careful. It used to be a bug. Now it's an ending. Now it's an ending. I believe in you. I believe in your ability to cross this barrier and chase your dreams.
C'est trop bien la zik en plus.
Anything. Good job, you did it. 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 Good job, you did it.
Ok. Il paraît que si c'est une musique dans un jeu, c'est mute, pass track, mais je suis pas sûr. D'accord. Bon, on verra bien. Ah, ok. Allez, si c'est que ça, tant pis, hein, il le faut bien. Bon, on va y retourner.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were. Just a matter of time.
Qu'est-ce qu'on pourrait faire? Parce que si on va là-bas, si je prends le seau, est-ce que j'ai pas d'autres fins encore? Je sais pas s'il n'y a pas un autre truc.
The
Je vais
bucket
voir.
made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In
Je
time,
descends un truc.
perhaps, he would become both of them. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley
merde,
was
j'ai encore
once
des
again
jeux encore oubliés.
stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may
Merde,
have
c'est quoi
broken
déjà le
down into
code?
an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket.
2, 8, 4, 5.
Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's
Ah, ça
warmth
marche pas.
Stanley guessed
Ah,
the correct
si, ça
code
marche.
by sheer luck? Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Pur Luc. Luck. Look it, look it. Look at it. Je sais plus du coup là si on a le... On a la même... Ouais c'est ça. Alors j'ai le saut.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read,
Putain, du coup j'ai plein de trucs encore que je peux faire, ça veut dire. Tout à l'heure j'avais la fin en ayant remonté, en étant remonté sans arrêt. Ah c'est quoi ça? Ok. Qu'est-ce que je peux faire? Ah j'ai envie de... J'ai pas envie de faire le Mind Control Facility encore là. On va faire l'escape. Escape avec le saut.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
Ouais mais j'ai un saut.
The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
Ouais mais j'ai un saut non?
At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Ouais finalement Ouais tant pis. Allez, j'y reste. J'ai la flemme de faire demi-tour. Allez. Eh oui.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Ah.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death.
Ah bah non. Ah bah oui, je me rappelle de ça. Wouhou.
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
Le seau, voilà, c'est ça. La mort du seau. Le seau vous accueille à la grande exposition. Vous vous tenez au bord du savoir. Tout comme un seau, l'esprit humain est souvent vide à l'intérieur, un vide caverneux, mais grâce à l'exposition qui se présente à vous, l'esprit peut se remplir, s'enrichir et être satisfait. Les connaissances du seau et son histoire sont les seules que nous ayons véritablement. Utiliserez-vous ce que vous apprenez ici, dans le monde extérieur? Accepterez-vous l'esprit ouvert, ce qui peut paraître complexe quant aux informations de cette exposition? Échangerez-vous votre vie et la vie de vos proches suite à cette exposition? Ou fermerez-vous les yeux pour continuer à vivre comme avant dans l'ignorance et l'obscurité?
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
Je ne me rendais pas compte. Me suis-je fourvoyé à ce point-là? Un seau à 2 anses. Ce seau est illustré avec 2 ans. Cependant, un tel concept n'a jamais existé, en vrai, car il est considéré comme trop risqué et dangereusement expérimental. Chaque année, des dizaines de personnes sont mises à mort pour le simple fait d'essayer. J'avais pas vu, il avait 2 ans, ça. J'avais pas fait gaffe qu'il avait 2 ans. 25 sauts. Une photographie de 25 sauts. Le plus grand nombre de sauts pris en photo à ce jour. Le photographe a souffert d'une catatonie de plusieurs semaines causée par l'euphorie de l'exposition à tant de sauts à la fois. C'est vrai que faut être préparé, quoi. Hein. Ça, c'est sûr que bon. Ça, ah bah ça c'est sûr. Hein. Ça. Le premier saut. Seau infernal, une reproduction du seau infernal qui, au Moyen-Âge, avait un attrait si intense que des dizaines de pays s'affrontèrent pour en obtenir le contrôle. Il y eut des milliards de morts, et malgré tout, ce simple fait demeure, personne ne peut contrôler un seau. C'est indubitablement vrai. Dessin de grotte. Si nous savons que les sceaux précèdent l'existence de l'humanité, nous ne savons pas de combien de temps. Ce dessin d'une grotte illustre la découverte humaine précoce des communautés du sceau. À cette époque, le sceau existait déjà depuis plusieurs millénaires. Observez dans ces dessins comme le sceau se laisse utiliser, ayant jugé les êtres humains comme étant dignes de ses trésors. Ouais, c'est pas faux. Et si je vais plutôt à droite? The stress bucket. Analogie. Negative forecasting, negative thinking, lack of reassurance. Le sceau du stress, présenté sans commentaire. Ce fauteuil. Oh. S'ils créent des nouveaux DLC à The Stanley Parable, je vous parie qu'ils vont juste rajouter des objets en fait. Et ils vont vous dire, ah c'est bon, allez vous avez cet objet, bah maintenant toutes les
No
pages
man can own
sont
a
différentes.
bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
Il pourrait très bien le faire. Hein. Le seau accroché. Cette œuvre symbolise la relation nécessaire entre le seau et l'humanité. Quel que soit ce que nous comprenons sur le seau, il y a toujours plus de connaissances qui restent inaccessibles. Cette distance est forcément pour notre bien. Oh.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong.
Ah.
Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
Aïe. Ah, j'aurais pu choisir de réinitialiser, mais est-ce que ça aurait été tenu compte du jeu? Est-ce que le jeu en aurait tenu compte?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Ça se trouve, il y a un truc à faire en plus en allant en Facility Control, en faisant le bug, mais avec le seau. Ça se trouve, il y a aussi ça à faire. Il y a de quoi devenir taré. Hein. Parce que du coup, le truc aussi du bug là. Le truc d'ici, je l'ai fait sans le seau. Et si je le fais avec le seau? Attendez.
Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed.
Genre juste
Stanley clung the bucket to his cheek. Could
Attendez
his
juste.
co-workers really all be gone?
Salut Ectime Citron. Comment ça va? Bonjour, bonjour. Bienvenue à toi. Ah, je me régale à tester toutes les possibilités de The Stanley Parable Deluxe. Et on va voir. Ah, ça va, écoute. Ah ouais, on va voir si c'était prévu.
Yes, whispered
Ah.
the bucket into Stanley's ear.
C'était pas-
it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self.
The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger, of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps.
Ah oui, c'est un jeu qu'il faut que tu fasses. Hein. Après, tu vas être spoilé de pas mal de choses ici, mais...
Way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket!
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
No,
Said the bucket.
not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of... No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You are a bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like...
Oh putain.
God, Stanley, you did it. You saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power. Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
C'est tellement... Il fallait le faire, quoi. Il fallait le faire. Il fallait faire cette fin. J'ai l'impression que c'est l'anneau, quoi. C'est l'anneau unique. C'est trop bien.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken.
Ce qui est bien, c'est qu'en plus avec le seau, du coup, le seau qui est ajouté dans ce The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, chaque fin, chaque ancienne fin dont tu te rappelles du premier jeu, t'as envie de la tester, mais avec le seau. Donc t'as des variantes. On va pas le prendre cette fois-ci. Et on va faire le mind control. Le mind control, gun control, to Major Tom.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Je crois qu'il n'y a plus rien à faire à droite de toute façon. Désobéir c'est sympa, hein, mais... On va aller à gauche. Il faudrait que je retourne à la fin d'ailleurs. La fin où on sait toutes les fins. Je sais pas très bien ce qui me reste en fait. Je pense qu'il doit me rester pas mal de choses, mais... Le placard à balai.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track. There was nothing here.
Si?
No choice to make, no
Ouais.
path to follow. Just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here. Coming to a staircase,
je sais plus
Stanley
s'il y a en bas.
walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Je sais plus s'il y avait en bas là. Je sais plus s'il y avait des trucs intéressants. Non, je crois pas. Je crois qu'on l'a déjà fait de toute façon. Ouais, donc ici vous allez vous spoiler un plein de fins du jeu, mais en même temps il y a la fin spéciale que vous n'aurez pas, parce que je l'ai déjà fait au début. Donc ça va vous permettre quand même d'avoir quelque chose quelque chose de nouveau si vous le faites chez vous. Ça c'est ok, d'accord. Ah merde, j'ai encore oublié. Attends. C'était quoi le... C'était 2, 8, 4, 5. J'essaie de la faire très vite. Vite.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any... Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments
Oh non,
with some
sérieux?
calming new age music.
Elle est trop vite. Il a tout prévu.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Ton vrai prénom c'est Archibald? Oui. Évidemment. My true name is Archibald. C'est pas mon vrai nom, hein.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
C'est pas mon vrai nom. Chut. C'est pas le...
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Là c'est pareil, là j'ai envie de tester des trucs genre... Allez, on va descendre. En même temps, c'est vrai que putain, on aurait pu faire encore tellement de choses. Là, j'aurais pu prendre le seau encore. J'aurais pu prendre le seau et descendre. Ça fait qu'on a encore pas mal de choses à faire. On pourrait... Il y a le truc du suicide de tout à l'heure qu'on pourrait faire sans le seau. Mais bon, c'est la fin classique. Mouru. Là, il reste encore des trucs avec le seau. Hein. Bon, là, on va faire une ancienne.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building. Stanley's co-workers.
Matrix.
The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Voilà. Tiens, est-ce que tu as fait, au fait, Egg Timer Citron, si tu aimes un peu les jeux de ce genre-là? J'ai fait il y a quelques temps un jeu qui m'a d'ailleurs du coup donné envie de faire ce Stanley Parable, Superliminal. Superliminal, si on a envie de prendre ça en français. Vachement bien.
Horrible to believe it couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Je te conseille. Hein. Une tuerie.
No. He refused to believe it.
C'est magique.
He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Et il faudrait que je fasse maquette, moi. J'ai fait du coup Superliminal et ça m'a donné envie de refaire ce Stanley Parable, enfin d'attendre cette standalone, cette extension, enfin ce standalone. Et il faudrait que je fasse maquette aussi sur Steam, qui a l'air pas mal. Un peu compliqué, je pense, les énigmes, mais très très rigolo.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions.
Alors.
Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Oh, si There is no game, il faut que je le fasse absolument, il a l'air terrible. au-dessus de mes espérances, j'en suis sûr. Et Calimon, 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 chop idée. Bonjour Calimon, j'espère que tu vas bien. Alors, bon, on est sur une des fins classiques hein, de The Stanley Parable. Et après, je vais vous montrer la variante. Mind control to Major Tom. Big up David Bowie.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
Oh putain. Un choix. Ça veut dire qu'on a encore 3 fins en fait. Que j'ai ces 2 choix là sans le seau, mais j'ai ces 2 choix là avec le seau aussi. Faudrait que je revienne ici. C'est vraiment un jeu musée. Hein. J'éteins tout. Ou je le. Non, j'allume. Parce que du coup, si j'allume, je pense qu'il va y avoir le truc du chronomètre et du code là.
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you?
Si.
After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself.
Oui.
Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode,
Alors là, le 5.
eliminating the entire complex.
Il y a le 1 et 2 là-bas.
Until detonation then, let's say 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley?
Okay.
It's your
alors
time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a
5.
shame we have so little time left to enjoy.
Putain, c'est 5 en premier.
Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going.
Ok,
What all
ensuite.
this means, I barely know where to start.
Ah putain, ok.
What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers
5.
are?
Comment ça 5?
A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're
Mais j'ai
gonna
appuyé
die
sur le
anyway.
5.
I'll tell you exactly what happened to them.
Je l'ai
I
déjà fait.
erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free.
Bordel.
Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office
Enfin,
forever,
mais-
pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside,
C'est que ces
or I let
conneries.
it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you is
Qu'est-ce que c'est que ces
quite rich.
conneries?
I almost hate to see it go.
4. Ah
But I'm
putain.
sure whatever I
Ah
come
ouais, mais
up
je me
with
rappelle
on
plus de
the
ça moi,
next
parce que du coup, il faut appuyer sur le
go-around
chiffre
will be
5.
even better.
Et après, il faut
My
appuyer sur un autre
goodness,
chiffre,
only
un autre
34
truc.
seconds left. But I'm enjoying this
3.
so much. You know what? To hell with it.
Ah, je vais pas y
I'm
arriver.
going to put some extra
2.
time
Ah merde,
on
il est où
the
le
clock.
4?
Why not? These are precious additional
Putain.
seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees.
Ah! Il est où le
Dear
chiffre
me, What's
4?
the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no
5.
idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume
Oh, je
when
sais
you
plus
saw
où il
that
est.
timer that
3.
something in this room was capable of turning it off?
Oh merde.
I mean, look at you.
Quel
Running from
enfer.
button to button, screen to screen,
Il est là.
clicking on
Il est là.
every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored
bon, c'est bon, je
buttons,
vais y arriver.
or maybe this big red button, or this door.
J'appuie sur le 4.
Everything, anything.
Parce que je sais pas
something
comment on fait
here
pour
will
valider
save
les
me.
chiffres.
Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten?
4.
One solved? Do you have any idea
Comment
what
ça?
your purpose
Non.
in this place is?
Je comprends rien. 5. Merde, j'ai réinitialisé le truc.
You're in for quite a disappointment.
Ah,
But
c'est
here's
pas
a
vrai.
spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your
5.
death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble.
Putain, mais comment ça marche? 3. 3, 3, 3, 3. 1, 2. Le 3, il est où? Le 3, il est là. Non, c'est pas là. Merde, il est là.
30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me.
Ah, je l'aurai
All
jamais.
part of the
On va y
journey.
arriver.
And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we
crois
fade
que c'est
in
trop tard.
until the moment I say happily ever after.
Ouais. Ah merde. Ah, c'est trop dur. Ce que je comprenais pas en fait, c'est pas, il faut pas juste appuyer sur le bouton, enfin sur le chiffre. Il faut appuyer sur le chiffre et après appuyer sur un truc pour valider. C'est chiant. Le problème c'est que c'est chiant.
Wait,
Bon.
Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in?
Quel enfer.
How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken.
Oh puis zut.
It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
J'ai un seau. J'ai un seau alors le facility control, il me fait même pas peur. Avec ce seau, je ferai tout. Je serai l'alpha, je serai
Coming to a
l'oméga.
staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Allez. Alors c'est vrai qu'on pourrait s'amuser aussi à tomber tout au fond. À tomber tout au fond de facilité contrôle, là, tout dans le noir, pour voir si avec le seau, il y a une fin différente. Il y a sans doute une fin différente, mais est-ce que ça vaut le coup?
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read
Est-ce que ça vaut le coup de le
Mind
faire?
Control Facility.
C'est sans doute une fin cul-de-sac. Hein. Est-ce qu'on essaie de sauter ici, là? Avec le seau. Juste pour voir, quoi. Merde, est-ce que je peux?
But just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility, he tripped and fell over the railing and into the dark void below. Thankfully, he fell directly onto the bucket, which safely cushioned his fall. Now, what to do next? Stanley wondered. Stanley and the bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit, and so eventually they decided that the best thing to do would be to simply get comfortable down here. So they set up a little couch and relaxed. It really wasn't so bad down here, a bit cold perhaps. After some time had gone by, they installed a few shelves as well, and a sort of kitchenette that was useful for when the bucket was craving paninis. But it wasn't until the rugs and the standing lamps came in that it really started to feel like a home. In fact, after some time, Stanley realized that it had been ages since he had even thought of the mind control facility at all. He'd never gotten to fully explore what was up there, never been able to unearth the many mysteries of the mind control facility. This lack of closure began to eat at him. Soon he was dwelling on his
C'est un peu
regrets,
vrai.
and the state of their home slowly decayed as Stanley became withdrawn and neglected the cleaning. It unsettled the bucket. Stanley wasn't usually like this. The bucket tried to reach out to him again and again, but to no avail. All Stanley could think about, all he could talk about, was going back, doing it over again, staying on the path. It was a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to do what the narrator says. I need to see the true ending. This made no sense at all to the bucket, which was simply trying to live its life down here as comfortably as possible. Yet Stanley was inconsolable. This isn't an ending. This is just a hole in the ground. The bucket sighed. True, it wasn't an ending. but it's where we happen to be. And maybe, possibly, if we accept the reality of things, maybe this will become an ending eventually. It's what the bucket was counting on. The two of them waited for a very long time.
Voilà. Trop de possibilités. Allez, on y retourne.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Stanley cradled the bucket in a gentle embrace, protective yet delicate, assertive yet compassionate. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Allez. Je suis sûr qu'il y a encore d'autres trucs, mais là, pour moi, je vois surtout des trucs à faire dans la porte gauche. Donc on va encore aller au Facility Control. Il va y avoir d'autres endroits où on pourrait aller, mais bon. Même en bas, je suis pas sûr.
Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Ça se trouve, il doit y avoir des fins speedrun de The Stanley Parable. Il doit sans doute y avoir tellement de trucs auxquels j'ai pas pensé.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Et ce qu'il faut tester aussi, c'est la démo. Il faut tester la démo de The Stanley Parable 1. Parce qu'elle est différente aussi.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Peut-être que le seau va me donner la réponse pour le
And
détonateur.
Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
Voilà.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket
C'est là que je
would
sais pas du coup.
dismantle
Alors,
the
est-ce qu'on fait quoi?
controls for good. Two
Est-ce qu'on éteint?
best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Est-ce qu'on éteint ou est-ce qu'on allume? Enfin, est-ce
When
qu'on...
at last they came to the source of the room's power, Stanley and the bucket knew it was their obligation to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
J'ai hyper envie de l'allumer, mais d'arriver à éteindre le compte à rebours.
But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
Quoi?
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
Ah bordel. Bon, ok. Donc il reste quoi là? Il reste avec le seau de désactiver la machine, ou alors sans le seau de l'allumer.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Et le truc du coup de là, est-ce qu'on l'avait fait avec le seau ou sans le seau? Putain, je sais plus. Il y a des choses qu'on n'a pas fait encore. Pas faites. Hello, Ivan Pop Culture. Bonjour. Comment ça va-t-il? Est-ce que tu vas bien? Est-ce que ce samedi te semble supérieur aux autres ou bien
When Stanley came
égal?
to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Est-ce que c'est un samedi isocèle? À quoi ressemble un samedi isocèle d'ailleurs? Je vous pose la question.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley
Puissiez-vous
walked
répondre?
upstairs to his boss's office.
Salut Pac-Man 34230 ou 34230 ou 34230 ou des chiffres. C'est quoi ce jeu? Waouh, quelle question. Impossible de répondre à cette question sans
Okay, I think we
Sans
all
pas
know the
l'abri
drill
pendant
by
des heures.
now. Blah blah blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh,
Ah, regardez,
hey,
il le
look,
sait.
it's a new passageway.
Ah.
Quelle surprise.
Hein? Mais non, c'est pas un passage, c'est... Hein? Mais je connais déjà ce passage-là. Le narrateur qui en a marre. C'est un jeu musée, Pac-Man. C'est un jeu musée. T'as un certain nombre de fins. Et à chaque fois, la curiosité te donne envie de tester des trucs, en fait. C'est un simulateur de curiosité. Même c'est ça, c'est qu'on dirait que même le narrateur, dès qu'il sait que ça se répète trop, allez. Et là, si je reviens là-haut, juste pour voir. Ça a l'air fun. Ah ouais, c'est fun.
Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a
C'est un jeu où tu as
question.
constamment
I
envie de
just
tout
can't
tester
wait
pour
to
voir la
find
réaction
out.
du narrateur. Et c'est génial. Parce que du coup, t'es pas poussé comme pas mal de jeux en bien ou en mal. Hein. T'es pas poussé par le fait d'avoir un score ou d'avoir un... Enfin, même dans un sens, t'es quand même poussé par le fait d'avoir le score, d'avoir toutes les fins, mais c'est plus la curiosité qui te pousse.
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly
Absolument,
what it is.
Via, merci pour
What a
le...
decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow! I'm bolted to the edge of
Il
my
est fatigué,
seat.
ouais. Je descends.
Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this?
Et il y a aussi un jeu, il y a un jeu du studio de The Stanley Parable, hein, de The Galactic Café ou Co. Je sais plus ce que c'est le nom, c'est Tiger. Enfin, il y a 3 noms, 3 personnes. C'est un truc gratuit qui est disponible sur Steam.
Surely this time Stanley will walk forward into the spooky corridor, won't he?
Que je
Stanley
le fasse un
walked
jour.
straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Il n'y a pas moyen d'appuyer sur le bouton et sortir de l'ascenseur avant que les portes se ferment. C'est vrai que c'est ce qu'on serait tenté de faire, mais je crois que non. Et t'as des trucs comme ça dans le jeu pourtant. Hein. T'as des trucs comme ça où tu peux sortir, où tu peux changer d'avis en pleine décision. Mais là, je crois pas qu'on puisse. Ça c'est pas ouf comme fin. Je vais essayer de faire le compte à rebours. Ouais, comme le musée dans Animal Crossing, j'y avais passé des heures. Ben moi, j'ai pas beaucoup joué à Animal Crossing.
The lights rose on an enormous room.
Oula, désolé, j'avais même pas vu. J'ai complètement esquivé Ivan. Bah, j'aime bien venir te voir samedi avec ta douce voix. Oh.
With television screens. What horrible secret did
C'est
this
gentil.
place hold? Stanley thought to himself.
C'est gentil.
Did he have the strength to find out?
Faudrait que je passe te voir et que je passe voir Genesis aussi, un de ces jours. Genesis souvent en soirée. Il live.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true
Genesis.
nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Faut que j'arrive à faire le truc du compte à rebours là. C'est assez chiant parce qu'il faut comprendre comment ça marche. Et je comprends pas très bien. Je suis un peu bébête.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Sur Steam, il y a un nouveau jeu indé, c'est Mongazo. Un de mes modos l'a fait en live, c'est un jeu de bûcheron. Ah, je connais pas du tout.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over
Attendez, que je me
another
rappelle bien
human
donc,
life.
attendez. Parce que
For
avant que le
he
compte à rebours. Ah
would
non, merde, je peux pas
dismantle
monter.
the controls once and for all.
Là-haut, en principe, c'est le chiffre 4, hein, si je dis pas de conneries. Là, il y a 1 et 2. 1 et 2, 4, 1, 2. C'est quoi ça ici? Ça, je peux rien faire avec. Donc, 1, 2, 4. Là, c'est le 5. Et là, c'est le 3. Je crois. Ok. 1, 2, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, non. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Le problème, c'est qu'il suffit pas juste d'appuyer sur les chiffres au bon moment. Il faut faire. J'ai l'impression qu'il faut faire un truc après pour qu'ils comprennent que tu as appuyé sur le chiffre, mais c'est franchement pas clair. C'est pas clair. Il y avait des chiffres, il y a des boutons. Ça fait bip. Qu'est-ce qu'on fait? J'ai envie de l'allumer et d'éteindre le compte à rebours. C'est en FPS, c'est un peu comme la simulation de station-service. Je sais pas si tu connais. Non, pas du tout, non. En fait. Je veux bien abuser. Est-ce que tu pourrais m'envoyer un lien d'ailleurs? De toute façon, il faut que je me rappelle du nom, mais essaie de m'envoyer un lien en MP, si possible, du jeu.
And when at
C'est bien
last
aimable.
he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible
S'il te
place
plaît.
and to everything it stood for.
Alors on allume ou on éteint? Enfin on éteint ou on allume? Enfin on attend ou on allume? J'ai envie de le faire le truc, ça m'énerve. Allez.
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control?
Ah,
Oh,
vite.
Stanley,
Allez,
I applaud your effort, I really do.
allez.
But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track...
Ah oui, j'ai Discord. Appuie sur le panneau jaune dans la description. Le panneau jaune avec la chute de boulettes. Tu devrais avoir un lien de Discord.
You're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power
Et
you
sinon,
think
tu
you
fais
do.
Discord,
For
tout à
example,
fait. Voilà.
and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are said to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say
18h32.
2 minutes.
Ok.
Ah, now this
Alors,
is making things a little more
le
fun,
chiffre
isn't it,
2.
Stanley? It's your time to shine.
Le chiffre 2.
You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so
Voyez,
little
j'appuie sur le
time
chiffre
left to
2.
enjoy it.
Comment je fais
Mere
maintenant?
moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is.
Vous
More
voyez,
time to
vous comprenez
talk
mon
about
problème?
you,
J'appuie sur le chiffre
about
2 mais ça
me,
marche pas.
Where we're going. What all this means. I barely know where to start.
Nom d'un fion.
What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are?
Incorrect.
A moment
Vous
of
voyez, c'est ça que
solace
je comprends
before
pas dans le
you're
jeu.
obliterated.
Là, c'est chiffre 3. Alors,
All
chiffre
right,
3.
I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway.
Je comprends pas pourquoi
I'll
ça
tell
marche
you
pas, je
exactly
comprends
what
pas.
happened to them.
3.
I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit
Comment ça
there in
marche?
your office
C'est ça?
forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone.
Incorrect. Pourquoi
Other times,
incorrect?
I let the office sink into
ça
the
m'énerve, je comprends
ground,
pas, ça m'énerve, ça
swallowing
m'énerve.
everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though.
Hein?
This version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be
Ah,
even
putain, je comprends
better.
pas.
My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock, why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees.
Putain, je comprends pas ce qu'il faut faire, ça m'énerve. Ah, c'est
Oh,
ça,
dear
non?
me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where
Non.
you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume
L'impro
you saw
de la...
that
Bah oui,
timer,
oui, c'est ça.
that
Elle
something
est
in
top,
this
ouais,
room
top,
was
top.
capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button,
Tiens,
screen to
c'était ça,
screen,
non?
clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons.
Non.
No, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button. Or this door. Everything, anything, something
Cette
here
grande
will
porte avec le
save
gros
me.
bouton rouge.
Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game
Putain,
can
je
be
sais
beaten?
pas, en fait.
One solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? But you really believe there's an answer? How many times will you replay this bit, looking desperately for a solution? 10? 100? 1,000? I look forward
Bordel
to
de
finding
bite en
out and
bois.
to watching the bomb go off each time you
Bite en
fail.
bois.
Just you and me and the retching explosion of fire and metal over and over and over for all of eternity. And Stanley died again. And Stanley died again. And Stanley died again. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have
Ouais,
left
l'impro,
to
j'arrive pas.
30
Tant pis.
seconds until a big boom.
Je sais pas comment faire.
No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your life, or will you let it go peacefully?
Chier.
Another choice.
Donner du sens à
Make
tout
it
ça, ça marche pas.
Or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say happily ever after.
Merde. Tu vois, Avia, tu vois, moi, je ne sais plus. Je ne sais plus. J'ai dû le faire à une époque. Et je sais plus comment on fait. D'ailleurs, si quelqu'un connaît juste cette solution-là, pour le décompte, le détonateur, si quelqu'un connaît le truc pour le désamorcer, je veux bien connaître la solution. La solution. C'est le seul cas
All
où
of
je
his
veux bien que vous me
co-workers were
spoliez,
gone.
si
What
vous
could it
savez.
mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had
Enfin, si
simply
quelqu'un
missed a
sait.
memo.
Donc on va prendre le seau
Stanley's bucket, the only co-worker he would
et on va y
ever truly
retourner.
need. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Cette fois-ci, on va éteindre. Donc là, il reste une figurine qu'on n'a pas chopée encore. Je sais pas où est-ce qu'elle est d'ailleurs. D'ailleurs, il n'y a pas un truc en bas qu'on n'a
Coming to
pas
a
fait aussi?
staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs
Je sais
to the
plus si on l'a fait
boss's
ici. Je
office.
sais plus. J'ai un doute.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that.
Ah
And in
non, je l'ai
such a
déjà fait, ça.
competitive economy,
Merde.
why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket.
Bah, je vais vous la
The
montrer
bucket
cette fin du
returned
coup.
his
Ouais.
gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me! The bucket!
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley! Find me!
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
Voilà, la fin du suicide, ou la fin, pas de la folie. Une forme de folie
This is
encore.
the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
Pour dire génial en anglais, ma vie botte des culs. Kick ass. Ok. Attendez. Je vais tester un truc.
Is Stanley without the bucket really
J'ai une idée.
Stanley at all?
J'ai une idée.
No, surely not.
Hey Stanley, it's me. Just calling to let you know that you left your bucket at home. Silly. It's okay. I'm off to pick up groceries soon, so I could swing by your work and drop the bucket off at... Oh, wait a minute. This isn't your bucket. Wait, whose bucket is this? Well, if it doesn't belong to anyone else, I guess I could just, you know, keep it. Yeah, I'd really like to hang out with this bucket for a while. Oh, sorry, what was I saying? Oh yeah, have a nice day at work. I'll be here at home with my bucket. Bye, Stanley.
Ah, dommage. Dommage qu'il n'y ait pas de sous-titres ou de machin. Je comprends pas tout ce que je dis. Ils ont pensé à tout. Chaque chose que tu faisais avant, tu peux le faire avec le seau et il va y avoir un nouveau truc. Ils sont fous. Ils sont complètement dingue. Dingue. Ding. Ok. Il y a sans doute des trucs que j'ai oublié de faire, je suis sûr. Je sais plus. Je me demande si
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly
j'ai
to
envie de
his
tester un
chest
truc.
and entered. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Le truc qu'on avait fait, là on était descendu. Je l'ai fait aussi descendre l'ascenseur à gauche. Je me demande s'il n'y a pas une ou deux fins que j'aurais pu choisir aussi. Putain, je sais plus. Elle a une voix d'actrice porno. Me banne pas, STP.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Je sais plus. En fait, il faudrait que je retrouve l'endroit où il y a la dernière pièce de collection. Il y a des collectables. Des collectionnables.
Good, said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Rien à foutre.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a
Ah, ça, je l'ai déjà fait, mais il faut que je teste pour voir s'il n'y a pas d'autres possibilités. Mais vous l'avez peut-être pas vu. Bon, on va voir. Ça va vous permettre de redécouvrir. Ah oui, non, moi je l'avais déjà fait tout à l'heure.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right?
Ah oui.
This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin.
Ah, c'est ça. Alors là, j'avais dit que de la merde. La dernière fois, j'avais dit que de la merde. Donc là, on va dire la vérité.
Is this a bucket?
Oui.
Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Ah, ok.
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
Oui.
Incorrect. It is a 3D printed
Quoi?
recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 3. Is this a bucket?
Non, je peux pas en fait. Tu vois. Est-ce que c'est un seau? Oui. Oui.
This is a bucket.
Je peux pas sortir, hein, je peux pas... Tout ce que je peux, c'est m'accroupir.
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Alors la première fois, mais j'avais dit oui, hein, du coup il était parti en délire. Donc là, ce n'est pas un seau, évidemment. Hein? Bon.
Correct. This is a tractor and not a bucket. To be honest, I just sort of put this one in here as a...
Je veux juste savoir si
but
ça
I was
déclenche
starting
quelque
to
chose.
get concerned that even this might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look like an idiot. Okay, next one.
Ah oui, parce que là, dans la première version, je l'avais fait passer pour un imbécile. Alors peut-être que... on va avoir le droit à autre chose.
Is this a bucket?
Non.
Incorrect. This is a bucket.
Ah.
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
Oui.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
Ouais, je crois qu'en fait là, y a pas vraiment de choix. La dernière fois que j'ai fait ça, c'est pareil.
Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Yes. Thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing
Be
isn't
or
a
not
bucket.
to be.
Wait, when I say
Bucket or not
nothing
bucket.
isn't a bucket,
Ça.
that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true. Unless, is that what you think? Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket?
Non.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out.
Ouais, en fait, c'est
I've
la même
lost
fin.
all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets.
Ah, c'est vrai qu'il y avait le bucket du
entirely.
fond. Enfin, le
Okay.
bucket. Il y
Here
avait
we
le
go.
seau du fond, ouais. Et là, du coup, je me retrouve bloqué
What
parce que
happened?
je sais pas ce qu'on pourrait
Is
faire de
everything
plus.
gone?
Ah
Why
si.
did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How
Oui,
could-
oui, oui, il y a le truc
Except
du...
me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue.
truc
But it
du
doesn't change the
facility
fact
terminal
that
hein,
we haven't
qu'on
got
peut,
a
on peut
game.
éteindre avec le seau
So,
peut-être.
tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who
Ouais,
knows
sauf que
what
là, il va
that
pas
information
réinitialiser.
might do to a person. All right, here we go.
Ouais, je me rappelle ça. Là, il va pas réinitialiser, là. Il va faire semblant et on va retrouver une partie avec des seaux, je crois. Quoique...
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Je sais pas, ça fait quelque chose sous les écrans comme ça, là, si je les éteins. Du coup, est-ce qu'on prend le seau ou pas? Ah, il y a un truc aussi que je pourrais faire, c'est aller à l'endroit où il y a un grand écran où on peut voir toutes les fins. Mais je sais plus comment on fait pour y aller. Merde, je sais plus du tout comment on fait. Paramètres, audio, vidéo... je sais plus. Ah, je sais plus.
As Stanley lifted his
Ah, tant
bucket,
pis.
he felt a connection to all buckets everywhere.
J'ai
This
envie de
adventure, he
découvrir moi-même une
decided,
nouvelle fin.
was for all of them. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Sur Steam, ouais, sur Steam, mais bon, là, ça sera un peu triché. Enfin, oui, à la limite, ouais, je ferai ça une autre fois. Mais il y a un moyen dans le jeu d'avoir un écran ou une salle où t'as vraiment toutes les fins. Et au pire, ouais, je ferai le success team. Enfin, je regarderai les success team.
Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Et la salle de bain, là, il y a des choses dedans ou pas? Je peux pas grimper, là? Non, je peux pas. Ok.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
On va faire celle-là. On va éteindre le terminal. Ah, je commence à les voir sur les doigts de la main, là, les dernières fins que j'ai pas fait. Deux.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Je crois que je peux pas vous montrer en plus les toutes premières fins du nouveau jeu.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything
Ah, je peux pas en
would be
fait. Ah
fine.
oui, non mais attends. Lâche le seau. Non mais je peux pas le lâcher en fait le seau. Tu vois?
Was the bucket under the
C'est-
mind
il est
control
partie
facility's
intégrante de moi, en
influence
fait.
as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kind of
Bah oui, non,
things
non,
does
mais
a
attends.
bucket want to do
Ce serait-
or not want to
ce
do
serait
in
rigolo,
the
hein.
first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The
Si avec
heart
J il
of the
disait,
operation.
enfin ce qu'il dit
Controls
aussi.
labeled with
Ah non, le
emotions,
truc dans,
happy or sad or content. Walking,
Il y a eu des fins où il
eating,
disait ça,
working,
ouais, ouais.
all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends. Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over?
Ah, ça c'est une des dernières fins que j'ai pas vues. Hein.
They had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil
Je suis
mind
complètement
control
becquetté.
machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support.
Ah,
What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave.
Oh non!
Even the facility itself recognized the
Ah,
incredible calming presence
Ah,
of
la
the bucket,
dégueulasserie!
needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No, no, no. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Et là, on a un truc différent du coup. Comme l'impression d'avoir la tête dans le seau. Merde. Ah, zut. Ah, ça me fait penser que j'aurais pu tester encore un autre truc. J'aurais pu prendre le seau et appuyer sur l'ordinateur là-bas, ça aurait fait une autre fin encore, mais... Qu'est-ce qui me manque encore? Qu'est-ce que j'ai pas fait? Ah, je sais plus. Je crois que j'ai vraiment quasiment tout fait là. Il y a peut-être des fins où je peux prendre le seau et du coup ça va changer la fin secondaire.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he
Le
wanted
truc
to
du
stop
chrono?
by the
Ah merde,
employee
c'est trop tard.
lounge
Bon attends,
first,
j'en
just
ferai une
to
autre avant.
admire it.
Le truc du chrono,
It
j'aimerais
was
trop
okay.
réussir à le faire, ouais.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Je me demande si c'est pas là aussi, parce que là il y a le truc de la... de la plateforme là, mais je sais plus si... Je sais plus si on peut débloquer des trucs vraiment. J'ai juste resté en mode tu restes dans ton bureau. Oui, tu peux, oui. Tu peux rester dans ton bureau et du coup c'est une fin. Et donc c'est tout. En fait, si tu fermes la porte du bureau, il reste indéfiniment dedans. Il y a aussi un autre truc, c'est l'ordinateur. Maintenant que je l'ai chargé au maximum, il y a des barres roses là. Si j'appuie dessus, il va me mettre dans une salle bizarre avec des boutons qui tournent. Ah mais je suis con, ça fait 2 mois que je suis sur ton... Ah bah il me semblait bien que tu étais sur mon Discord.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy.
Alright, merci
I
Pac-Man.
realize that investing in your
Et
trust
rentre
in
ma
someone
ballon,
else
c'est
can be
Pac-Man.
difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time.
Big up William Energy.
There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten
gueule.
about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Et là il me semble qu'il y a du coup 2 fins là encore là. Ah il y a ça. Ah. Ah yes.
And there it is, the last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment.
Chichi.
Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward,
Je
and we
peux
can't
pas faire
have
vous.
that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Une figurine d'archiboulette. Ah, du coup là, je sais pas, je sais plus, je sais pas s'il y a un truc qu'on n'a pas fait et qu'on pourrait éventuellement faire. Si on va à gauche, on va aller à gauche, tiens.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I want it to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you. What do we want? What
Oh
are we
non, c'est le
looking
truc
for?
du suicide. Ah, je me rappelle de cette fin-là.
Here,
Oh,
yes.
elle est chiante.
Oh, it's
C'est une
beautiful.
fin
isn't it?
horrible.
If we just stay right here, right in this moment, with this place, Stanley.
Ah, je me rends pas compte, en plus je vous spoil tout, je vous dis tout avant.
I actually feel happy.
Est-ce que vous voulez que je vous la montre ou pas? De toute façon, vous savez, maintenant je vous l'ai dit alors. Elle est pas très glorieuse cette fin-là. Hein. Bon.
No, wait. Where are you going? Oh no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
Vous voulez que je vous la montre? Quand tu viens d'arriver, ça prête à confusion. Ah oui, et puis il faut pas prêter à confusion, hein. Je la connais, elle rend jamais ses affaires. Hey Sweatshirt, bonjour à toi.
Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me.
Pendant que le narrateur nous supplie de ne pas faire ce que je
Please,
vais.
Stanley, think about what you're doing.
Désolé.
No! Oh, thank God you lived. You had me worried there for a moment. Now, can we please get back to the other room? There. See?
Ouais, bon, ça,
This
ça me fait
is
chier.
what you want. This
No,
is where
no,
we can
no,
both
no.
be happy. We really can. Stanley, go back. There's nothing good that can come from this.
Comment va par ici? Bah écoute, ça va bien, suite.
No, what are you doing? Do you just not believe me? What can I say to convince you?
On découvre des choses, et j'essaie de découvrir le plus de choses du jeu. Je crois que j'en ai fait vraiment le tour, mais il y a sans doute des choses cachées, mais... J'ai pas envie de regarder les succès Steam pour tout savoir. Mais je pense qu'on a dû faire pas mal de tours quand même.
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me?
En fait, ça doit pas être le titre, je retrouve pas le jeu dont je t'ai parlé. Ah merde. Bazoo là, Bazoo.
My God, is this really how much you dislike my game?
Elle est
You'll
horrible
throw
cette fin.
yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
Elle est horrible cette fin en fait. Bah, je la connais par cœur, mais la première fois ça m'avait fait mal.
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours. Is it over?
Et voilà.
It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Youpi! Youpi matin. Voilà. Ah merde, il nous remet ici par contre. Je pensais que l'ordinateur, je l'avais rechargé complètement. Alors qu'est-ce qu'on a d'autre qu'on pourrait faire ici? Ouah! 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 Incroyable!
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those
Ah, c'est génial.
figurines. Those figures. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines.
Ah voilà.
Just one more time.
Voilà, donc c'est ça en fait. Ça c'était le début du jeu, ça. Ah, comme ça vous allez découvrir. Voilà. When Stanley found the collectibles. Now remembering. Et pourquoi il y a des trucs? Je suis sûr qu'il y a tellement de trucs cachés, mais je sais pas comment y accéder. Ce jeu est tellement méta. Pourquoi c'est écrit en russe là?
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
C'est fait sur source, non? Ouais, je pense, ouais. Ah merde, je l'ai pas pris du coup. Ah. J'aurais peut-être dû la prendre. Parce que c'est une blague à mon avis. Comme on les a toutes.
And here was a second Stanlerine. I'll be honest, back then I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways. Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember?
C'était... Oh, putain, la troisième, je sais plus. La troisième, c'était là, je crois. Mais le problème, c'est que là, du coup, j'ai l'impression que j'ai chié dans la soupe parce qu'il y en a une que je devais trouver tout à l'heure. Donc, si on le récupère toutes, ça aurait dû faire 12. Et donc là, ça fera 11. Faudrait que je le fasse un jour. Ce jeu, ouais. Fais la démo aussi. Fais la démo du premier jeu. C'est le genre de jeu où tu peux sentir ton cerveau perdre la raison, ouais. Bah, surtout la première fois que tu le découvres. Après, quand tu le refais une autre fois, la magie est plus vraiment là parce que du coup, tu imagines, tu comprends que le jeu veut te surprendre. Les toutes premières fois où tu découvres ce genre de jeu, là, c'est génial. Ça t'ouvre un monde, une nouvelle dimension s'offre à toi. C'est absolument...
No, the boss's bathroom was the 4th place you found a fig Anley, not the 3rd. Well, I guess perhaps I shouldn't be surprised. Memories like these are so precious and so cherished that they all just sort of blend together, don't they?
Chier dans la
You know
soupe,
what?
bah ouais.
If the boss's bathroom feels like the 3rd place you found a collectible, then who am I to go making judgments?
Non, j'invite les gens à pas chier dans la soupe, hein. Quand même, hein. Surtout quand c'est maman qui la
Let's see,
prépare.
what came next?
Un peu de respect, quoi, merde. Un peu de respect. Qu'est-ce que c'est que cet endroit?
Oh yes, we found a figly in this pink room. Oh well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
Cette pomme, ça me fait penser à Superliminal. Bon, j'y vais à plus, ça marche Ivan Pop Culture, mais c'était de passer une bonne soirée à toi. Et un bon week-end, sans doute. Surtout, peut-être, sans aucun doute, absolument. Je terminerai par courgette, puisque cette phrase n'a aucun sens. Bisous. Je pensais pareil, Archiboulette, la pomme géante, mais oui, oui, tu vois, c'est le truc là, avec la duplication, tu sais. Je me demande s'ils ils se font des clins d'œil, les jeux entre eux. Parce que Superliminal, vraiment, c'est un jeu qui m'a fait beaucoup, beaucoup penser à The Stanley Parable. C'est des modules, il y a des modules de salles où ils doivent s'amuser à les mettre à des endroits. Tu t'attends pas à les voir.
This was the 5th mini-Stan, and this one was really something special. It was behind the boss's office. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Et c'est Yvain qu'on dit à la française. Ouais. Ouais. Putain, c'est génial. Putain, c'est tellement méta. Après, j'aime trouver une façon originale de prononcer les choses. Hein, donc, pour ça aussi. Comme quoi, Portal a fait des gosses qui ont fait des trucs originaux, puis qui ont aussi fait des gosses qui ont fait des trucs originaux. Ouais. C'est infini. C'est infini. Et il faut que je fasse moquette aussi. Maquette. Maquette.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
Ah, d'accord. Ah, le choix.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all
Je les ai
the
pas toutes
others.
prises, merde.
Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a figly and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
Ah, sauf que je devrais en avoir 12. J'ai tout cassé. J'ai tout cassé, j'aurais dû en avoir 12 là, comment je fais? Bon, j'y vais, bonne soirée à toi, Avia, merci d'être passé. Au plaisir. Et bon week-end. Oh. You are in present.
And then there was no more. Because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone. No, I'm not done.
Putain.
I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there somewhere we can stay here,
Putain,
keep
ça trop
enjoying
bien.
these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Pour voir les... Putain, le narrateur devient curieux, quoi. Ça, je m'y attendais pas.
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going, I want more.
Bah voilà, j'en ai 12 comme ça. J'ai rattrapé. C'est un bordel innommable.
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched?
Comme j'ai ramassé des figurines. Ah non, mais non, non, ah.
Yes, I love that video.
Sérieux. Oh, ce troll en boucle. Il n'y a rien de
Still don't
pire que
remember the
d'être
pink
trollé.
room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room though, a solid room.
Que d'être un troll trollé par un autre troll. Je me sens d'autant plus trollé. Ah là là. Et dire qu'on devait terminer Dark Souls 3, le DLC, qu'on devait terminer Max Payne 3.
These really were a treat to hunt down.
Etc.
You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Il reste quoi là? Franchement. Reste-t-il vraiment quelque chose? Ici? Oui, il y avait quelque chose ici, là aussi. Ah. Ah. Alors, je
This
peux pas
was our
monter.
second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going.
C'est n'importe quoi. On va en avoir 16 sur 6 maintenant.
This is it, the very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figlarines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
The end. Collect them all. Can you find them? Can you find them? Can you find them? Et voilà, c'était là que nous étions. Voilà. Terrible. Ah, et ce truc là du seau.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want
Ah, mais je peux
more,
plus sauter alors.
more memories.
Ah oui, mais je peux plus sauter, je les ai fait tous. J'ai sauté 20 fois. Je crois que c'était 20 ou 30. On peut plus sauter. Le contenu premier, c'était de pouvoir sauter. Trop bien.
Oh yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
Ah ah. Les deux mêmes portes.
And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember.
Ah, t'as raison, Pac-Man, oui. Il le décrit plus que je fais.
Yes,
C'est moi qui...
I'm remembering something now. I
qui
remember
détermine
before
ce
this
qu'il a dit
whole
maintenant.
story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy. And I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me.
Ah, c'est ça.
He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Et là, voilà. Et là, c'est le véritable recommencement. Alors, par contre, il y aurait peut-être un truc qu'on pourrait faire là. Le awaiting impute. Que éventuellement...
All of his co-workers were
Merde.
gone.
Ah, ouais.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Ah, je
Perhaps
pensais
he
que
had
j'aurais pu
simply
revenir
missed a
avec le
memo.
seau, mais non. Le seul truc qui reste maintenant, c'est le compte à rebours. Le chrono, là. Le chrono, ça serait bien que j'arrive à le désactiver, mais je sais pas comment. Il est quelle heure? 9h22. 22. Il y a écrit quoi sur la tasse là? Il y a écrit fork. Fork. Alors, est-ce qu'on essaye de faire le chrono? Là, je crois qu'on a plus grand chose à faire. On a quasiment tout fait. Le coussin spécial Bucket Royal. Oui. Ouais. Là, on a tout fait. Qu'est-ce qu'on pourrait ne pas avoir fait? Qu'est-ce qu'on pourrait avoir oublié? Voilà. Je crois pas qu'on ait oublié quoi que ce soit.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
On va réessayer. Et si j'y arrive pas, je pense que j'arrêterai là. Ou alors faudrait regarder sur internet, mais...
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief,
Don't press the button,
Stanley decided
yes.
to go up to his boss's office, hoping
Eh
he
oui.
might find an answer there.
Ouais. Ah, il y a d'ailleurs, il y a aussi l'autre, hein, There is no game. Il faudrait que je
Coming
le
to a
fasse.
staircase,
Je le fasse.
Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Ah. Ah.
Here's the door, just go.
Putain, le jeu qui sait que... There is no game est déjà un peu plus dirigé, je trouve, dans le gameplay. Ah bon? J'ai très envie de le faire. Oui, parce que j'imagine que c'est plus des idées originales en soi, mais peut-être qu'il remet pas vraiment en question ce qu'est le jeu. Mais ce qui est sympa, c'est qu'il doit être quand même assez original. Hein. Comparé à d'autres places. J'ai très envie de tester There is no game en tout cas.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Il y a DLC Quest aussi qui est marrant.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
DLC Quest.
What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Le bouton du timer, il était violet. En bas, tu veux dire
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building. Stanley's
Pas faire péter la
co-workers.
bombe.
The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen. And Stanley, one of them,
En fait, il faudrait que je lise un peu plus ce qu'il met, mais le problème, c'est qu'il me met la pression, alors c'est chiant.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof, the heart of the operation.
Donc toi tu penses que c'est le violet comme ça là?
With emotions,
Le problème c'est que pour avoir vraiment les icônes, il va falloir que je le lance.
or content, walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert
Ouais, mais le
its
problème c'est que
terrible
c'était pas
power
forcément
over
le 2
another
parce qu'il y a des
human
chiffres qui
life.
changent, hein, tu vois, il y a
For
5
he
chiffres.
would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Si je me plante de chiffres, enfin si je fais une mauvaise manipulation, il change le chiffre. Le problème c'est que je sais pas comment valider le chiffre. Il suffit pas juste d'appuyer dessus. Je sais pas ce qu'il faut faire. Il faut appuyer sur le chiffre et après... Bah s'il met 3... Ah, tu penses que c'est le nombre de fois où je dois appuyer sur une couleur?
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was it. Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After
J'essaie
they
de...
kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is
lucide.
that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency
Si seulement j'avais
detonation
plus de
system.
temps.
In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long is the detonation?
C'est vrai? Tu es en train de jouer là?
Let's say 2 minutes.
Incroyable.
Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it,
Deux.
Stanley? It's your time
Donc,
to shine.
deux.
You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much
Attends, je dois
better
faire
than
quoi?
what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere
Active
moments
pinkish
until the
button.
bomb goes
Pink,
off.
pink, pink,
But what
pink, pink,
precious
pink.
moments each one of them
Pink.
is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going. What all
Purple.
this means, I
Purple.
barely know where to start.
Purple.
What's that?
Purple.
You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a
Putain, je
good
sais
mood.
pas.
You're gonna die anyway.
Pinkish
I'll
purple.
tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely
sais pas.
in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it,
Ah,
I
bordel de
simply
bite.
let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then
Pinkish
dying alone.
Ah,
Other times, I let the office
Ah, je
sink
comprends
into
pas.
the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though.
Putain,
This
quelle
version
honte.
of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going
Pinkish
to put some
purple.
extra time on the clock, why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stan.
Ah.
Time doesn't grow on trees.
Qu'est-ce que j'ai fait là? 2? Putain, je sais pas.
Dear
Ah oui.
me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that
Ah.
you have no idea where you're going or
Ouais.
what you're supposed to be doing right now?
À quoi ça
Or did
sert?
you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to
comprends
screen,
rien.
clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones, or maybe this big red
Il
button.
y a tellement de trucs.
or this
Vert.
door. Everything, anything, something here will save me.
Le 2.
Why would
Je
you
comprends
think
pas.
that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? But you really believe there's an answer? How many times will you replay this looking desperately for a solution? 10, 100, 1,000? I look forward to finding out and to watching
ouais, il met
the bomb
le truc comme ça, mais purple, pink, moi je connais, mais c'est pas les mêmes couleurs.
And over and over for all of eternity. And Stanley died again. And Stanley died
Le vert,
again.
je sais pas. Il y avait 4 boutons, mais
And Stanley died
goodbye employé.
again.
Et merde.
Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until
Il aurait fallu que j'appuie sur le gros bouton, peut-être, je sais pas. C'est incompréhensible en fait. Plus rien à revendre parce que je comprends pas du tout le... Backup power. Backup. Ah bah trop tard.
And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say happily ever after.
Ah, c'est chiant. Ce qui est chiant surtout, c'est qu'il faut se retaper tout le chemin après. Je me tâte à regarder sur internet là peut-être. Quel enfer! Compte à rebours. The Stanley Parable. Ah, regarde pas, bon je regarde pas. On va réfléchir. On va réfléchir. Bon, alors,
Stanley was alone.
réfléchissez.
Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This
Bon,
is what I wanted all
réfléchissez,
along.
mais
I
réfléchissez
got
mieux.
what I wanted.
Réfléchissez. Non, parce que là,
When Stanley
faites
came
un
to
peu
a
semblant
set
de
of two
réfléchir, je
open
voudrais pas dire,
doors,
mais...
he entered the door on his left.
Réfléchis. Compliqué quand même.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Here's the door, just go.
Je comprends pas. Parce que Pac-Man, il a l'air de comprendre, lui, mais le violet, vu qu'il a affiché 2 sur un bouton violet, bah s'il met 3 rouges, genre combo shift couleur. Ouais, mais je comprends pas parce que...
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control.
Toi non plus, tu comprends pas? Ah
Facility.
merde. Non, parce que ça avait l'air de faire sens. Hein. 2.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed
Quel
with
enfer.
television screens. What horrible
Quel
secret
enfer.
did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Si tu fais les boutons 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, non, ça marchera pas.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature
Il y
revealed.
avait un truc, en plus, il y a des
Each
terminales
bore
avec
the
des
number of an
couleurs.
employee in the building. Stanley's co-workers.
Solution.
The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and
48,
Stanley,
4,
one of
ah,
them,
c'est quoi ça?
eternally monitored in this place
Première
where
console,
freedom
info
meant
bump.
nothing.
In the case of class 3 event, close system gate. In the case of class 4 event, close system gate. In monitoring screen 5 to initialize contact maintenance and temporarily switch. Please note that employee 432 is a test case. Moi je me demande de si il n'y a pas un délire de mélange de couleurs avec les boutons sur les 4 PC alignés. Si, il doit y avoir un truc comme ça, mais... J'arrive pas à
This
voir la
mind
cohérence.
control facility,
J'arrive...
it was
J'ai
too
pas la logique.
horrible to believe it couldn't
J'ai
be
pas la
true.
logique.
Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own
Je veux pas te
life
déprimer.
in someone else's
Les
control.
vidéos YouTube, c'est 8 minutes
Never.
d'explication.
It was
Oh.
unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the
Ce qu'il faudrait, ce
operation.
serait de pouvoir
Controls
s'entraîner.
labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content, walking, eating,
Parce que
working,
Purple,
all of it monitored and commanded from this
Purple,
very
c'est ça. On est
place.
d'accord que ça, c'est
And as the
Purple.
cold
Et
reality of his
Pink,
past
c'est
began
l'autre
to
là.
sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would
Pink, il est pas
never
allumé
again
d'ailleurs.
exert its terrible power over another human life.
Pink, c'est
For
rose.
he would dismantle
C'est
the
marrant,
controls
ah oui, là, Pink.
once
Ça, c'est
and
Pink.
for all.
Puis il y a tous les ordinaux là, c'est la merde. C'est la merde. C'est la merde. Merde. Puis ce gros bouton là aussi. Merde. La merde, la merde. Bon, allez. Allez. Vas-y.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
Après, sinon, on pourrait éteindre, hein, pour vous montrer la fin normale quand on éteint, et puis voilà. Mais bon, c'est un peu facile. Ah, en fait, j'ai la flemme de... J'ai juste tapé Diffuse the Bomb Stanley dans Google pour avoir un mini-indice pour t'aiguiller et j'ai pas vraiment d'indice. Super! Merci beaucoup.
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just
Je t'en veux pas,
activate
de
the
toute façon.
controls, did you? After they kept you
J'ai
enslaved
la
all
réponse,
these
hein.
years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave.
Peut-être que la bonne réponse c'est 3, 4, 2, 3, 0 comme le chiffre de Pac-Man. C'est pas.
I'm afraid you don't have nearly the
ça,
power you think you do.
c'est
For
ça.
example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are said to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your
5.
time to shine. You are the star.
5, 5, 5,
it's
5,
your
5.
story now. Shape it to your heart's
1,
desires.
2, 3.
Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere
Merde, le
moments
5 il est où
until the
déjà? Je sais
bomb
plus.
goes off. But what
3.
precious moments each one of them is. More time
je
to
sais plus où est-ce
talk
qu'il est, le
about
5.
you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to
1, 2,
start.
3.
What's
Il est quand
that?
même pas là-haut, non?
You'd like
Je
to
crois
know
que
where
c'est
your
pas là-haut.
co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated?
Ah non, c'est
All right,
4.
I'm in a good
Chier.
mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was
Il est là-bas, le
merely
5.
in
Putain, je
this
suis con.
instance of the story. Sometimes
qu'il
when
faut pas
I
genre
tell
faire
it, I simply let you sit there in your office
2,
forever, pushing buttons
3,
endlessly and then dying
4,
alone.
5.
Other times,
Mais si,
I let
hein.
the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp.
Ça n'a aucun
I have to
sens.
say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take
Ah oui,
back
non, attends,
the
5,
control
5, 5, 5,
wrested
5, 5, j'ai
away from
compris.
you, it's quite
Bon, j'ai
rich.
peut-être compris, enfin c'est pas sûr, mais j'ai compris peut-être quelque chose qui je suis pas censé comprendre, mais j'ai compris quand
come
même.
up with on the next go around will be
peut-être.
even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left.
Ah,
But
merde.
I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are
Non, c'est pas
precious
ça.
additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley?
Non, c'est pas ça.
Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now?
Attends. Tu m'as MP sur Discord? Ah non, tu m'as MP sur quoi? Ah, tu m'as envoyé peut-être un truc sur... Ah non, tu l'as envoyé à lui? Non. Eh bah écoute, non, mais je vais regarder. Et si j'y arrive vraiment pas là, je te demanderai
Or
après.
did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in
Green
this
two.
room.
Green two.
These numbered buttons.
Green two.
No, these
Green two,
colored
green two.
ones. Or maybe this big red button. Or this door.
Green two.
Everything,
Comment on fait
anything,
green two?
something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten?
Comment ça,
One
green two? Je
soul?
comprends rien.
Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? But you really believe there's an answer? How many times will you replay this bit, looking desperately for a solution? 10? 100? 1,000? I look forward to finding out and to watching
Ah,
the
ça marche
bombing
plus.
off each time you fail. Just you and me and the retching explosion of fire and metal over and over and over for all of eternity. And Stanley died again. And Stanley
Enable
died
backup
again.
system.
And Stanley died again.
Ah, c'est ça
Take a look
peut-être.
at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then
Oh merde.
no ending here. Just you being blown to pieces.
Ah, c'est horrible.
Will you cling desperately to your frail life? Or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice.
Backup, le backup, mais...
Or
bon.
don't. It's all
Allez, c'est bon. Je recommence. J'ai pas envie d'attendre le truc. Allez, dites-moi. 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 Oh, dites-moi. Oh, dites-moi.
all of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This
There
isn't
is
the
no
right
way
office,
to
is
stop
it?
the explosion.
Is this Stanley's office?
Quoi? Non. Non. Non, c'est pas un troll comme ça, il y a forcément un truc. Non. C'est pas possible. Il y a forcément une exception. Je suis dans le déni. Suis-je vraiment dans le déni? En même temps, ça me rappelle un truc, ça. Putain. C'est scandaleux. Cette étape du deuil. C'est vrai? There is nothing in the game files. Putain. Bon, et bah vous savez quoi, on va faire la fin de la tranquillité alors.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Non, attendez. Ah oui. Ah zut. Ah, juste pour vous, alors, attendez, si on va pas faire la fin de la tranquillité parce qu'on la connaît déjà. Je vais vous montrer une fin rigolote.
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. What new mysteries lay in store for our bucket-loving heroes today? Let's find out. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chin. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so
Several players have unearthed the map to figure out what the buttons are and what they do. They have no entity tied to them that would stop the countdown in the other world. Despite player folklore, the countdown cannot be stopped in any way, shape or form unless through heavy map
the two
editing.
of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Vous vous rendez compte? Ce troll immense. C'est honteux.
Oh, good Stanley, I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the adventure line? We could make the adventure line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fan... Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
Voilà.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
Ah, c'est une des plus rigolotes cette fin-là.
Don't you get it, Stanley?
Voilà.
We
Du
need to
coup,
get rid of the bucket.
je veux me
That's
débarrasser
why
de mon
I'm
seau.
very proud to introduce a brand new character.
Attendez, il y a peut-être autre chose.
Is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
Ah oui, mais non, en fait, non,
Can you
c'est pas cette
guess
fin-là
what
que je
the
pensais.
Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley.
Ah non, je pensais
Say
pas à cette fin-là, en
goodbye to the
fait.
bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
Je pensais pas à cette fin, en fait.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters?
Plus de Portal ou
Well, you
l'anneau,
see,
l'anneau
if
du
you
Seigneur
were
des
to
Anneaux, ouais.
really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise
Je peux
the
pas le faire,
fans will
en
be
fait,
clamoring
je
for
peux pas,
after
ça
this.
marche pas.
Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and... The Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Oui. Bon, je pense qu'on va s'arrêter là pour ce Stanley Parable Deluxe, Ultra Deluxe Edition. À moins qu'il y ait autre chose qu'on pourrait faire, mais je crois qu'on a vraiment on a tout fait là. On a même fait les succès idiots en cliquant sur les portes. Ça, je l'ai fait tout à l'heure. Je crois vraiment qu'il n'y a plus rien à faire. Merde. Non! Non!
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure.
Ouais, ça aussi je l'avais fait, mais on peut rien faire ici. Ah. Quel enfer. C'est pas ça, hein. C'est pas ça le paradis, hein, je vous assure. J'y suis allé, ça ressemble pas à ça. Allez, retour au menu. C'est tout pour The Stanley Parable. C'est bien assez. On pourrait essayer de platiner ou je sais pas quoi, de chercher des trucs cachés. Il doit y avoir des trucs cachés, mais... Si vous avez des idées, Mais moi, je vais m'arrêter là, je pense. Il est quelle heure? 19h50, on aurait à peine le temps pour lancer un tout petit truc. Donc je pense faire un live après manger. 21h30, il faut juste que je réfléchisse à quoi. Max Payne 3 ou les DLC de Dark Souls 3. J'avoue que je m'attendais à plus que ça quand même. Mais bon, ça c'est toujours pareil, hein. Les attentes, c'est terrible, les attentes que tu fais monter la mousse pour des jeux ou des films. L'attente. Mais bon, c'est quand même fidèle en même temps ce qu'était The Stanley Parable. C'est l'idée. Mais rien que ça, moi je m'attendais à un truc là, ici, là, mais des trucs fous un peu, mais... Il y a des trucs fous. Il y avait déjà des trucs fous. Et on peut tous aller jouer à TM avec Pac-Man. C'est quoi TM? J'ai décalé Valo, au pire go sur le disco. Go sur le disco? Mais de quoi vous parlez? Bye bye, Egg-Timer Citron. Des bisous. Prends soin de toi. Au pire, ouais. Bah, de toute façon, le Discord, il est... Ah, de Trackmania. Ah oui, je l'ai pas, Trackmania, moi, en fait. Après, c'est vrai qu'il doit être... Il est gratuit, je crois, non? Il y a une version gratuite. Je sais pas s'il y a une version gratuite, je sais plus. Mais je l'ai pas acheté sur Steam. Du coup, The Stanley Parable, c'est fini. Donc, un autre jeu prochainement. Bisous.